Good morning. This is the Charter Schools Review Board meeting for January 13th, 2025. I'm going to take attendance. Stephen Gay. Bruce Friend. Rita Hare.
Here.
Dave Machado. Hilda Parlay. Todd Godby.
Here.
Eric Sanchez.
Present.
I believe he's remote.
Did you catch that, Ashley?
Eric, can you unmute?
Am I unmuted now or no? Can you hear me?
I can hear Eric online if you guys can hear me. This is John Eldridge. I can hear him.
Okay. Bart Danielson.
Here.
Shelley Shope. Here. John Eldridge.
Here.
Alex Quigley.
Here.
Alex Granados.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum and we may begin.
Okay, thank you. This is our January meeting for the Charter School Review Board. I'm filling in for Bruce Friend, and we'll talk about that in just a minute, and for John Eldridge. They're both unable to be here today. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance and the North Carolina flag salute. Okay, before we start, Pine Springs Prep had a student that passed away over the weekend. That is why Bruce is not here today. So if you don't mind, I'd like to do a moment of silence for the community of Pine Springs and for that family. Okay, thank you. Okay, hope everybody has read looked at the January agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda for today.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Very good. All in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and as far as the December minutes, I hope everybody has read those also. And can I have a motion to approve our December 2024 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I have the honor and the pleasure of introducing our new superintendent, Mo Green. Mo, Mr. Superintendent Green, excuse me, really appreciate you taking the time to come to our review board. This is a very talented and hardworking group, and we look forward to working with you and your department. So
Great.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Good morning. Thanks so much for giving me just a moment of your time this morning. Happy New Year to each of you. I'm so sorry that we start off this meeting with having to acknowledge a student death. Those are always extremely difficult as we try to go about the work of educating all of our children, school-age children here in North Carolina. I want to thank you for giving me just a moment to share a little bit about myself. And as part of that, I'll also share a little bit about my vision, a little bit about pillars for which the vision will rest on, something I call an entry plan that will lead into a strategic plan. We'll mention this concept of being sure that we focus on working together. And then I'll just conclude the way that I've started, which is with a sincere thank you. So again, my name is Maurice Green. I do go by Mo. and I'm honored to serve as North Carolina Superintendent of Public Instruction. A little bit about my background. Having attended both undergrad and law school at Duke University, I did two judicial clerkships, one in Greensboro with the Middle District of North Carolina, and then on the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals for the United States. Then returned back to North Carolina to practice law and practice at a law firm. At the time, it was Smith, Helms, Mullis and Moore. It is now McGuire Woods. Was both an associate and a partner at that law firm. And a little bit before I started at that law firm, the law firm got the engagement to represent the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education. And so there begins that pathway, if you will, that led me to being engaged with school systems, because I was one of the new associates assigned to work and represent the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education. I left the partnership and became the general counsel for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education, and then was asked to become at the time, Chief Operating Officer, then Deputy Superintendent for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools, and then ultimately became the Superintendent of Guilford County Schools. And after leaving that, became the Executive Director for the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation. So that's a little bit about my professional background. On a personal level, I've been married for 32 plus years, have two wonderful children, adult children, both of whom were also educated in our North Carolina public schools. Vision. We utilize the vision in Guilford County Schools, and it's a similar vision that I bring across the state now, and it is achieving educational excellence. We utilize a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. So what you hear in that is certainly a focus on academic achievement, but also a focus on character development as well. What you also hear in achieving educational excellence is the term excellence. I do believe that we are positioned here in North Carolina to strive to be the very best school system in the entire country. And so that's where we're trying to, I believe, go. Certainly, there are already, I think, some wonderful markers that suggest we're making great progress. There are certainly markers that suggest there's lots of work to be done as well. Which gets me then to the 6 pillars that this vision will rest on. Certainly need to invest in our public school system, and we need to prepare each student for whatever is next for them. We need to certainly revere our public school educators. We certainly need to enhance parent and community engagement and support. We need to ensure safe and secure learning environments. And then finally, we need to celebrate the good in public education. So, as I enter into this role, started officially on January the 1st, and launched right thereafter an entry plan. It is something that I have utilized a number of times when I start into a significant role or into a new organization. It basically sets the guide, the direction of how I want to enter into that organization. And so you can find a copy of it on our website. All the sorts of different things I want to do, which is really centered around me learning as much as I can about the organization. And in this instance, about public education in North Carolina, so that we can then set forth a strategic plan. And so as part of that, there's something that we call our listening and learning effort. It's called Mo Wants to Know. And so this is going to be an opportunity for folks to pour into me so that I can return that back to folks across the state, a strategic plan that hopefully will be one that is developed by a number of folks, certainly to include myself. Which gets me then to that point that I mentioned about working together. I believe that we here in North Carolina have existed with regards to our public schools in a way that in some ways has been confrontational. And I don't believe that is the best way forward for our students. And by that, I'm talking about between what I will call traditional public schools and then public charter schools, and almost a sense of we cannot figure out how, in many ways, to work together for the benefit of children. I don't think that's the way forward. If you are a public school, then you are to be a benefit to our students in our public school system. We have got to find ways to work together, to be supportive of each other, and to then develop what I think will be great quality options for our families within the public school system. Now, that doesn't mean that there won't be things that we disagree on, because there will be. But what it does mean is I do believe that this is an opportunity to maybe set a frame that says, even while we might have disagreement, we don't have to be disagreeable. And it sets a frame that what we're really focused on is accomplishing the mission of providing each and every one of our children with the constitutional mandate of at least a sound basic education. And if you're on with me, I believe we can do even more than that in providing an excellent education for each and every one of our students. So I want to conclude the way I started, which is to say thank you. Thank you for raising your hand to be part of this board, to try to deal with real challenging issues and make important decisions. And I hope that your North Star will be excellence. And being sure then that each and every one of the schools that comes before you, or each one of the issues that comes before you, you have that North Star. Is this excellent? Are they at least striving to be excellent? And if not, what are they doing, and are they actually being a benefit to the children in our public school system? I want to thank you on behalf of all of the children that are in our charter schools for the work that you have done, you are doing, and that you will do. I look forward to the conversations as we go forward. But for now, I just simply say thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. And while you start your Mo wants to know, I would like to say that tell you what a great job that Ashley Bagura and her staff have done for this board and the State Board of Ed.
I was going to say.
Okay, before we get into business, let me read our mission statement. The Charter School Review Board works to ensure the existence of high quality charter schools in North Carolina. Ethics statement. Review Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to the matters coming before us today? I will be recusing from the Cardinal Charter Wendell discussion. Anybody else? Okay. If so, please say for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in the discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. Thank you. So the next thing on our agenda is the 2025 application revisions. Ms. Rackley?
Good morning, Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools. We are here for a discussion and to approve the 2025 application set to launch on January 31st. Generally, the directives that Director Bakera provided was to reduce the number of attachments that our applicants needed to upload during the application process, just general updates to the document templates. There were revisions and overall streamlining of the enrollment projection sections. And then we allowed just additional applicant narratives throughout the application. The memo that we have here that's been posted to eBoard kind of highlights those changes. There are 16 sections across the application. No big substantial changes, a lot of clarifying language, a lot of inputting of links to particular statutory references, just to avoid any type of confusion there. And so I don't know where to begin. I can go through each section and just hit the highlights. We can do that just when you start and begin with the application. We renamed section 1 to application contact and student enrollment information. Again, just to streamline where we collect all of the enrollment numbers right within the beginning of the application. We did add a new question specific to the total projected enrollment and what that percentage of average daily membership it would reflect of the LEA, that of the same grade levels. So that is a new question, with the rationale just being that recent years have showed that a lot of new schools had under projected and did not have accurate idea of the demand in their area. And so we also know that there are certain areas of the state that have declining school age populations. So this allows the applicant to do additional research and provide more insight. Section 2, the nonprofit corporation information. We've moved the articles of incorporation that's required from the Secretary of State to be included in section 2. That was previously in section 11 of the application. And the accelerated section 3, we just included hyperlinks to the administrative rule there. And then added some clarifying language specific to planning year ready to open requirements for accelerated applicants. No substantial changes to the conversion section. I will say, though, that our office does routinely get a lot of calls from private schools, and particularly now with more vouchers, we may start to see more conversation and more applicants that are pursuing converting their private school to charters. And then in the replication section 5, no substantial changes there. Section 6, the alternative school model. We've not received an application for an alternative school in several cycles now, but we did add some clarifying language there to provide additional narrative specific to the alternatives charter school requirements. Section 7 is the management organization section. There is we broke out one question in particular because we thought that was a loaded question. We've just made that question simplified it into 2 separate sections, and then we added a question specific to management organizations providing their financial history. In the past, we've allowed letters of good standing from banks. This question now clarifies that would not be sufficient, that we're looking for financial statements and banking statements from management organizations. So again, we just want it to be consistent with the type of financial data that we are receiving from applicants that are partnering with management organizations. Section 8 is our newest section of the application, remote academies based upon passing of recent legislation. We went back in and added some language specific to state testing protocols and in-person testing plans that had not been previously provided. We wanted more information about the provision of devices given to students during state testing windows, and then the facility plan to house testing materials, student records, and technology. Then there was just some language revisions added there. No substantial changes to mission, purpose, and goals. We did revise a subsection of the education plan in section 10 that is now student assessment and promotion standards. And then we added exclusion or excluded along with and in keeping with discipline practices for the education plan. Again, we did remove the articles of incorporation from section 11 that's now found in section 2. And then we just added additional clarifying language for operations to allow a narrative to understand how applicants arrive at their facility, their costs, the square footage figures. So a narrative there. Nothing new with the financial section. Miscellaneous forms in section 14, 15, and 16, no substantial changes there. We have generally reduced, I believe in the operations section, that's not included, we reduced an attachment, so there's no, I think we don't have to include just what we thought was an unnecessary Excel template there. We've removed that. So that's generally it. I can take any questions, clarify anything. But we are set to go live on January 31st. If there are any other suggestions or revisions, the Office of Charter Schools is now in works with developers at Edlusion to finalize those revisions.
Board have any questions or comments?
So are we still open to revisions, ongoing revisions? Or is this pretty much, we'd like for this to be the template?
We can take them now, but we have a tight turnaround time. We need to launch and test to launch on January 31st.
I thought that the budget template, and I apologize, this is probably late to be making a suggestion, but it could be considered that the budget template, particularly with the onset of remote academies coming through, but even when we had brick and mortar, the under classroom instructional, under their operations, there's not a lot of, there are just blank lines where each school can just insert what they want. But I think it would be a good recommendation that we had an item for classroom devices. There is not, there is one for office. There are office computers under the administrative, but under the instructional, there's not a line item. And so we can't, it's difficult to compare what's coming from each school or what they're spending on things when they itemize it all in different ways as they submit the budget. But if we had an item for classroom devices and then a line item for the software, like the learning management system and the student information systems and those things that they use, and then possibly for the Wi-Fi access that remotes are providing. Because if we don't put it there, they may not submit those costs, or they do it in different ways and different clusters of costs. And the only other thing is, I know I hear you saying we allow for more narrative, but in those sections that it's about the math, really, I would love to see like around 229, 230, 231, where schools are asked to describe the facility. I would love to see like bullet points, number of classrooms, square footage per classroom, total square footage, cost per square foot, instead of all the language, the narrative where you just have to read through all that to get to the math part. Short-term plan cost, long-term plan cost, all of that is around Q 230, 231, as well as the types of classrooms. Again, that's all narrative when I think they could just list, 8 classrooms, 1 computer lab, gym, whatever, instead of writing out all these sentences and all the language. I just thought it might clean that up a little bit and make it easier to spot the important information. There's only one other thing that I wanted to throw out there, and that is around Q202. We asked the schools to describe their teacher evaluation, licensure, and certification methods. And the focus always goes to the certification and licensure, and even the follow-up questions in our application do. And sometimes, most of the time, there's not a lot about teacher evaluation and the responses to that, if it's corrective action or other things. I mean, I think I'd be hard pressed to find some of that in applications that I reviewed over the last few years. That I actually thought we should divide that there would be maybe 202 is about the teacher evaluation piece, and then the next bullet, the next item could be certification and licensure, so that we break it apart so that schools are, sort of forced to answer that question and they have to address the teacher evaluation piece. There, we typically don't see that at all. So thank you. And again, I'm sorry to throw this out there today, but I did all my reviewing this past week and that's where I came up with it.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Any other comments?
Just one other comment. If I've noticed as we review the application, kind of going off of what you said with the narrative, oftentimes I have seen that the narrative is just repeated. They write the narrative and then you see it again in this section and then you see it again in this section. So possibly, and Rita, I didn't even think about the bullet point until you just said that, but possibly maybe even after the initial narrative, encouraging in the other questions to be more bulleted. So it's not as much fluff and it is the goods of what we really need to see. Because, you know, you read it and then you read it and then you read it and then I forget you going back to say, are they answering what this question asked? Because they're saying the same things over and over often. So that may be just a suggestion. That doesn't take anything with the application, but maybe just a suggestion once that initial narrative, and then we could go to more streamlined answers so that we can get to the meat.
Melanie, one more thing I didn't mention about the budget. Under the personnel, our budget template lists several specific, counselors, teacher assistants. It doesn't mention anything about IT support or that 24/7 help desk that a lot of these remote academies will have. If we had a line item for that IT support role, I think that would be helpful to know those costs.
Thank you. I do have a few comments. And the first thing I want to do is thank you for this hard work in Officer Charter School. We do appreciate it. Just with the discussion that we've had at the table this morning, I think we need a little more time to get stakeholder input. I think my personal opinion is we can use the current application for one more year. I totally don't think it's feasible for us to try to put this off for another week or another month, because I know we have a timeline getting ready to start at the end of January, correct? And I appreciate the clarification that you're wanting and the office is wanting, but and yes, it's been out there for about a month, and where has everybody been with their comments, except the ones we've been receiving for the last week. But I just feel like we would be better served if we use our current application, set up some sort of vehicle for public comments, and make sure that our stakeholders buy into this so they will be more receptive. This reminds me an awful lot of when we had the huge RTO discussion about 5-6 years ago, and wanting to make some changes, and we actually did get a lot of stakeholder input. We didn't change it as much as the stakeholders wanted us to, but we did make some concessions and they bought into it, and it was a much more successful program. So my recommendation is that we put this off one more year. We set up some sort of vehicle to get public comment, so we can vet the things that have been discussed today and other issues that have been brought to our attention. So, but again, that does not minimize the need for change or the hard work that Melanie, you and your team have done. No, the discussion, I will put that in as a motion that we table this for 1 year. Officer Charter School sets up a vehicle for stakeholder input, and we make it that we'll do some revisions or a new application for next round. And again, thank you for your hard work. Second to the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion.
I want to echo what you said, Dave.
So
I
Dave, can
understand.
you talk a little bit more about your concerns and stakeholders and the example that you gave of RTO? Because when you started talking, I thought this is clearly better than the last one. Why not pass it and say we're going to continue to revise this, but we're going to make it better now, and we'll make it better again later. But as you said those words, it made me pause and want to know more before I had that opinion.
Thanks, Howell. I don't know if I can give you specific reasons because we just got the red line this week, and I personally have skimmed through it and I've looked at it and have talked to some people about it. There are some things in here that do give me some pause. Just reading them may seem fine. I think there might be some unintentional consequences to some of the questions. Some of the things that were brought up just today. I think we need to look at it. You know, Dr. Hare made some great points, as did Shelley. So if you're asking me, can I go to a particular question or process? No, because I just hadn't had enough time to look at it, other than this is a pretty big change. When we did the RTO, when I was at OCS, I thought it was pretty strong. And then stakeholders brought some points up that, you know, I hadn't even thought about. So I don't want to rush into something that's going to have unintended consequences.
I think what's killing us is that January 31st deadline. That's what's, you know, because getting it, like you said, this week, that is really what's holding us back, or for me, because getting stakeholder input and really, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but this past week was nuts. My staff goes crazy when SNOW is mentioned. So it was a little nuts this week. I would love to have a little more time to dig in and to get some feedback. And like I said, I hate to put it off for a year, but I thought the January 31st deadline is what's getting us.
Melanie, can you describe a little, just briefly, your process, like how much stakeholder feedback have you already received, and what edits were accomplished really just with the input from the board or from OCS?
So specifically, just our team, along with Ready to Open, once we hold office hours with applicants, once we have schools that are moving through the planning year process, the need to clarify just certain areas, general stakeholder input. I wouldn't say that we've received that routinely from the general public stakeholders. Generally, as authorizers, you see a lot of public comment around application submissions and the public wanting to comment on applications that were received and the quality of those applications received. So that's generally where we see a lot of public comment. But specifically to the process, wherever we've hosted office hours, and there was a lot of questions, I think Director Baquero, we've revised certain templates specific to board auditors, the requirement for board attorneys. We've tried to, clarify anything that we thought was misleading or causing a burden to the applicant generally. So I think that's where all of that feedback came from specifically. And then beyond that, we have to clone the application, the existing application, each cycle, and then work with the developers through that platform to make any changes. So it's a timely process to work with the actual developers in of itself. Technology doesn't always do the things that we want, but the approach this year was to just clarify and not to make really many substantial changes. What you've suggested is a pretty simple fix by way of adding those line items to the budget template. We do host the budget on our DPI website, so that's not even loaded to the application just because of the file size and the need to change a lot of the per pupil figures in the background. So we host it on our website. So a lot of the budget changes, I think that, we can make those fairly easily. And then asking the applicant to quantify certain things, that would be a fairly easy change. But I know there's a motion on the table to kind of hold off for a year.
How long would you say this draft has been in your hands, that you've been working this?
We've been working on this draft for months now, in terms of, I think, believing that it was clear to see the changes is where that didn't happen, because we're making the changes in the platform. And so it doesn't easily redline that. So providing you with the narrative of what happened and then comparing the two applications, redlining those wasn't the most, that was a bit cumbersome using those red line features, like in Microsoft Word, et cetera. It was a good attempt, but it didn't clarify the way it should. So because we're working in illusion, you're not able to see those changes in really real time. That's why we provided the steps here.
Yeah, I do want to add that I appreciate everything that was provided. It's a lot of information, and as you said, that the application is complex. I guess just the application is over 100 pages, and then you consider all the attachments. It's a lot of work. And what you provided in the most recent emails with the cleaned version, the draft, and a statement of alignment, all that was very helpful. So I do appreciate everything that's been provided.
Yes, I think there's been an enormous amount of effort and that's gone into it, and the concern, which I had not even thought of, that Mr. Machado raises, is sometimes there are unintended consequences, and that's a good reason. I remember long ago there was a bill in Congress where an argument was we have to pass it so we can see what's in it. Of course, there, I think there were some concerns about what was in it. Now here, I don't think there are the concerns about what's in it, but sometimes, well, we're going to have applicants who have hundreds of pages of stuff that they have to submit, and I want to be sure we are as careful about their time. I think we want to be careful about their time as well. We want them to provide the information that's needed, but we don't want it to be more burdensome than it has to be. And so the people that might look at this and see something that they realize, that there's a better way to do it, they haven't had a chance to look yet. And so tell them, Mr. Godby made a great point, which, I was nodding my head along with Mr. Godby about, why not go ahead and do it? And then Mr. Machado had a really great answer. So I'm inclined to side with rather than be in a hurry. It's better to, even though it's flawed, what we have, it's flaws that we know, instead of adopting flaws that we don't yet know, and allow some opportunity to ferret that out.
Is it possible, if this is paused, that the changes to the budget template could already go ahead and be edited? Okay.
Any other discussion? Again, before we vote, I do want to thank you for your hard work. I know what it's like to, the current application does need some revisions. It served us well, and this board has done an excellent job vetting applicants, and I think our record of what we've approved and haven't approved so far shows that the system is working, and I look forward to being part of the solution. So Ashley, if you do roll call.
Okay, I believe we have people remote, so I want to see if they can unmute and vote. Stephen Gay. Okay. Bruce Friend. Rita Hare.
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay. Todd Godby.
Nay.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
He's remote, so we're just gonna see if they can unmute it for us.
Did you hear me or no?
I can hear you, Eric. I don't know if they
Mark
can hear you
Danielson?
online.
Shelley Shope. Aye. John Eldridge.
Aye.
Alex Quigley. Okay, it passes 5-1. All right.
Thank you again. You know, I believe Jennifer Bennett's up next for our part of our renewal discussion.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
And this year, it's not that bad. So so this should be pretty quick for everybody. I think everybody, I hope, got the full packet that we provided. Where we tried to provide you some of the key indicators for all the renewal schools. I am going to highlight just a few in our discussion today, but obviously if you have questions about any of the others, we're happy to pull information and get you supplementary information. So there's 38 schools, 28 of those schools from our review, our normal fiscal review, had no significant issues noted. 4 schools, we do not yet have a 23, 24, yes, audit report. I have some updates on that based on conversations on Friday we had. I have 6 schools that have cautionary type fiscal concerns that we just want to note. But none of the 10 schools, other than probably the one where we don't have an audit report for 2 years, raised their level to extreme fiscal concern at this point. But I will point out the things that are or could be troubling. And I do want to remind this review board that we do not just wait for the renewal to bring fiscal concerns to this panel. So if we see a school that is in fiscal distress or we have concerns with, we do not, in finance, we do not abide by any of the cyclical nature of things. We will immediately bring that we escalate those as we need to. So I just want everybody to understand that just because a school is not in a renewal cycle, should we see fiscal concerns, those would be brought to your attention. Really quick, just so people have an idea of some of the major indicators, we have many. These are a few that we look at, but declining ADM, obviously most of the revenue is because of ADM, and so you will have declining ADM equals declining revenue. What happens then is we typically see budgets not being adjusted, and so then we begin to see a trend of expenditures exceeding revenues, which does what? Eats into your fund balance. So then we start seeing low fund balances or fund balances being depleted because they're using their savings account because they haven't been able to make those adjustments to their budget. We also look at cash balances. Oftentimes, they'll have school districts have liquid cash. So we also look at that and see how many days cash is on hand. This is the same, and I want to remind everybody, this is the same review we use for the LEAs, the primary school districts, as well as all the independent public schools. So we do the same review for everybody. But a low cash balance, days operating cash on hand, is another trigger point. We want to make sure the payroll can be met, bills can be paid. And so we also look at that as an indicator. Other significant shifts in different numbers that we look at, current ratios, different fiscal monitors things, as well as just different things that we grapple with from my years. For those who do not know me, I am the Senior Director of School Business here. I had a stint here before I left to be a finance officer in several school districts from low wealth to high wealth consulting. I've come back to try to help this division get into the modern 21st century. We had a green screen computer system that basically just ended, and we're modernizing our system. So this is my second stint back at the department. School business gets in your blood and somehow you just can't shake it. So there are other things we see when failure to report accurate data, our UARS data files, continually having to work with the district to get accurate data in is troubling. Just failure to do any kind of administrative type responses and meeting deadlines being able to get someone on the phone, keeping current people in the EDI system as to who is actually in responsible positions. All of these are different triggers that we look at and we monitor in our review work. Also, some key audit findings, should we see something that shows internal controls, those type of things can lead us to think that there could be some issues going on at the school that we typically try to follow up on. And our goal is obviously to identify some concerns early, work with those schools to make corrective actions, and if we need to, bring that to the attention of the Office of Charter School or others. And again, in your materials, we provided that packet, and we've provided some notes so everybody can kind of see. A lot of stuff we see that we have noted revolves around the charter schools always have some capital concerns and things that could distort how their financial statements are. So we try to note that and tease those out so that when we're looking at it from an operational perspective, we're excluding some of that. So are there any general questions on our review process or anything? Okay, I'll get into the 10 then that we do have some concerns with.
I have a question, Ms. Bennett. The
Yes.
schools that you have some concerns with that you're gonna go over in just a minute, have you notified the schools and the Office of Charter School? about those
Yeah,
concerns?
so we always keep them informed and we have been talking with these schools back and forth. Typically we'll put them in a compliance situation where we have our rungs of compliance. So you have your just fiscal non-compliance. We then bump it up to probationary if there's a failure to respond or correct the action. When we have to put somebody on a disciplinary compliance status, that typically means that we restrict funding availability. They're on a month-to-month allotment, or we have to deal with reserving cash, reimbursement basis, different. It's a little bit more stringent. But yes, we usually are we try to talk to our schools quite often. Okay, so the first school is 32C Community School of Digital and Visual Arts. So there's a few things to point out on this school. One is the drop in ADM at almost 20% since 2022. And we're in the second year of not having an audit report. We did receive an update this morning that let us know that they had indicated that we would receive the audit at the end of January. That's now been pushed out into the end of February. We're going to be following up with the school. I do think they are present, but we will follow up with them and the CPA firm to find out why that audit continues to run late. At this point in time, it is very likely, depending on those answers, I will have to freeze federal cash access for this school until we receive the audit report. Under uniform guidance, if we do not have an audit report 9 months after the end of the fiscal year, which would be typically March 31st, the state must weigh its obligation and abilities to provide federal funds to those school districts to ensure that they be good stewards of the federal funds, considering that we've given them a grace period, and now we're into a second year of an audit not being presented to us. We are going to have to take that. They have been placed on disciplinary action already for failure for the prior audit report. And so that's where we're at with that school. It is troubling the decrease in the ADM, plus a lack of not being able to get financial statements from the school.
A question about this. Do you get responses of any type? You're just not getting the information you need?
We have responses. Again, it was being pushed out. It's being pushed out. It's being pushed out. I'm trying to ascertain at this point is the issue the school itself is not being able to provide the financial information to the CPA firm to finish the audit, or is it the CPA firm has too much on their plate and has created a backlog? Then I'm typically on the phone saying, you're going to cost your school federal funds. maybe put them to the head of the line. So my job right now, my staff is calling them today, actually, the CPA firm, to try to ascertain what that situation is. We often get competing storylines that we have to dissect and sift through. But we do weigh both sides very carefully before we take action such as freezing access to federal funds, obviously. So I'll be doing that over the next few days, getting with the school, and we'll see exactly where we're at. Okay. The next school is 61T Movement Freedom. Again, we did not have an audit report. So anybody who didn't, we had 4 schools that at this time did not present an audit report. So they are always lifted to the top because we do not have an ability to get current fiscal risk assessments completed. We did receive, the audit report was received on the 8th, and we're doing that review right now based on the preliminary review on last week. It does look good with no significant issues. So we did have an initial lack of responsiveness to our inquiries, but we did receive the audit report last week. 07A, Washington Montessori. Again, we do not have an audit report. However, our latest communication is that the CPA firm is waiting on the LGC to do an OPED calculation worksheet for this firm. We are checking with the LGC to see if that is, in fact, a true statement. The OPED, for those who are not aware of that, that's when the school participates in the retirement or state retirement or health plan or any kind of pension plan. They have to do an obligation to record those pension liabilities as if they were to cease operations, what they would have to pay to fully fund those pension liabilities has to be presented and accounted for in their audit report. That is typically published for the CPA firms. So this is, again, one of those situations where we are weighing both sides of that particular reason for not turning in an audit report. And I can say that it's been difficult getting responsive inquiries from the school as we've pursued that. But I do hope that we'll have that resolved quickly with them. The next school is 93B, Doral Academy. Again, we do not have the audit report. We have not received any communication back, and we do not have an update on that as of today. They do have a very healthy ADM, a fair fund balance considering the growth of the ADM since 22. But without an audit report, I really can't give you a fiscal evaluation for your renewal at this time. So those are the main ones that we don't have audit reports for. I'll now go into the other 6 that could have some concerning issues. 60K Charlotte Secondary. Basically, you can see that ADM has been declining. What's more troubling is the fund balance of only $14,000 at this point in time. That would not cover a payroll for a month. And so we have expenditures exceeding revenues. We have the declining fund balance. We have declining enrollment. The school has responded that they've taken corrective actions. However, sometimes in these situations, we really can't provide an evaluation until we see another year under their belt or how that's progressing. But those are significant trends that we would want to avoid for a school. The next school is 93T, Cardinal Charter Academy at Wendell Falls. Again, we have like an 18% drop in enrollment, a significant drop in the fund balance. The fund balance from 22 down to 24 is a big drop. They are under Charter USA, and that management company provided $3.6 million in forgiven support costs over the past 4 years. The CMO has responded that they have a commitment for continued support. However, as everybody is aware, the charter is with the individual school and not with the CMO, right? So even though we have a response from the CMO, it is up to that charter school to provide their plan. And the fact that the CMO is having to support operations through forgiveness of loans and other funding could be a good concern that needs to be examined for this school. Okay. The next school is 32Q, Reaching Our Minds Academy. Their ADM is relatively stable, but you can see the significant drop in just 2 years of fund balance. That appears to be due to capital investment, which took their operating money to invest in the capital. But that's concerning that your fund balance has now dropped to 85,000. Just as a point of reference to keep in mind, I use this often, whether it's a high school or not, but if a high school HVAC like chiller was to go out, that's an $800,000 immediate investment. Just to add some, that's what fund balance is for. So it's just something to keep in mind that when we see significantly low fund balance, the school's ability to be able to react to any kind of emergency is hard. Their cash on hand has been running at about 100 days cash on hand that dropped down to 20. So that is a concern. If it's a capital investment and their budget is sound, their ADM is pretty solid. So it's one of those weighing the pros and cons of that.
Excuse me, are you saying that it's really just an assumption or a conjecture on your part that it was due to a capital investment? You don't have any specific knowledge?
Based on what we see in the audit report, it appears that it was a capital investment, but we have to, yeah, we are having to get additional feedback from the school and just see what their operations are.
Actually, this school, was there an issue with a financial non-compliant with federal funds a couple of years ago? Is this the one that with their after-school program?
I don't believe so. I think that was another school. Jenna, you can
I
correct
think that
me.
was a different Minds.
Yeah, I think that it was, yeah, something with a similar name, but.
But I'll check on that.
Well, if it wasn't, I apologize for even asking the question. Would you consider this school having a financially sound audit? What you read?
Yeah, I mean, it's factual. So there's no audit findings, that type of thing. So it's a factual audit report. It just happens to be that you're going from 1.9 million down to $85,000 of, if they've had to make that capital investment, then we would want to see a proactive plan on how they intend to reestablish their fund balance. The next school is 93A Haliwa-Saponi Tribal School. Again, their ADM is relatively stable. There was a drop in fund balance from 427 to 158. They had audit findings that identified material weakness in their accounting processes and internal controls. They responded to those actions as would be expected. Again, we would have to see. They had an IDEA compliance issue that has since been resolved. But again, when an auditor is doing a material weakness over internal accounting controls, that tends to lead to some concerns about the fiscal management of a school district. What does the personnel turnover look like, and those type of issues. However, overall, the school, their ADM has pretty much been pretty standard. The next school is 61K United Community School. again, you have that drop from about 600,000 down to 158. Expenses exceeded revenue of 443,000. Significant reduced fund balance. They are in default of an SBA loan, which in and of itself is concerning in that the loan was really only $7,000 a year, $600 a month they were to pay, and they were not able to make any of those payments or chose not to make those payments. So that leads to some concerns in the fiscal management of the school to go in default of such a small loan obligation. They did respond with corrective actions as to what they plan to do. But that does have some concerning red flags that it would be a school we'd be continuing to monitor in our office. And the last school that has some red flags for consideration is 61J Lakeside Charter Academy. You have the up and down with the fund balance. Their ADM is relatively stable, but their current ratio is only 0.75. Expenses consistently have exceeded revenues for the 3 of the past 4 years, which tells me that they really aren't aligning their budget very well with revenues. And interest is a huge part of the revenue obligation of 21%. Is interest based, which isn't very stable. So, and that's a concerning red flag. But again, ADM is increasing, and so that would give us some hope that with some better fiscal management, a tighter budget, they may be able to get themselves in a better solid fiscal position. But we did want to point out when expenses are exceeding revenues for 3 out of the 4 years, that's not a good sign. And those were the main schools that we saw some potential fiscal conditions or risk. I'm happy to answer any questions or get any follow-up information that you may want.
Can you go back to Lakeside?
Mm-hmm.
Interest and other charges totaling 21% of revenue. What are the other charges? Are they bank related? That's a pretty broad statement. Other charges is.
Yeah, we don't have that detail. I have Albert with me, my CPA. So we don't have that detail, but I'm happy to find that out. We'll have to find that. I'd have to find that out on their capital investment, you mean? We'll find out. Again, we're going off of audit reports and sometimes the ability to get a lot of details and a quick turnaround. These audit reports only come in December.
There's a school or two, particularly one, I can't remember the name of it, that hasn't had an audit in 2 years. Who was that?
32C.
Yeah, and I know it's very difficult to find auditors to do schools, and it's one thing to not have it in by October, November, but not to have one for 2 years is extremely concerning. Not only for us to know what the financial health of that school is there any things going on at that school that shouldn't be? And so I'm very concerned about a school that we're talking about for renewal that hasn't had audited submitted in 2 years.
And the audits are right now been pushed out to the end of February, which means we wouldn't be able to really review that until sometime in the middle of March. And if depending on what, it'd be 2 years worth of audits at one time. So again, we can't fairly assess at this time for that school from a fiscal standpoint. They are on disciplinary status already. Will likely have to restrict federal cash access to a reimbursement basis. And at the same time, they receive their money a month at a time so that we can control the outflow of public dollars. Yes.
I just initially.
Push your mic.
Hi. Initially, the audit firm they had either closed or withdrew their auditability. And it took them a while to find a new audit company because all the audit companies are kind of overwhelmed right now. So we have been in communication with the school and they are working on it, but 2 years is an issue.
have year-end close? Like, December close? We can, have that.
No, we don't have that. We base it on CPA firms, but we could ask for that. We can do that.
Year over, revenue over expenses for year end.
We'll be happy. We'll see if we can get them an audit statement from their books, but without it being audited, I don't know that I'd be using that as a method to provide you with a firm assessment of their fiscal.
Who is their finance firm?
Albert, do you know off the top of your head?
I do not.
We have it in our catalog. I don't have it with
Do
me.
they have a finance firm?
They do have an audit company under contract now.
You're asking, do they have a management company to do their accounting? I'll have to see if they're using an accounting management company.
I mean,
Some do and some don't.
most schools have Acadia or Prestige or.
Actually, you'd be
CSP.
surprised how many do not.
And just a reminder that the school, what you're speaking about, community school, digital and visual art, they are here today on your agenda. So you can
Right.
ask some of those questions to them as well.
That's good.
Is the few questions that Mr. Quigley just asked, can we have, get those answers before we do our vote this afternoon? Would that be possible?
Yes, we'll get you what we can.
Great.
The school will be here. Ms. Bennett, on both Lakeside and then on Charlotte Secondary, you mentioned the current ratio of 0.75. What measures are you using to get that ratio?
So that's just your assets over liabilities, just a quick and dirty current ratio. Any other questions or concerns? We are around and we will, we're happy to provide any additional information.
I do have a question just to make sure I'm understanding correct. Commute 32C, is that the only disciplinary status we currently have on the renewal list?
On the renewal list, yes.
Okay, and then is there a difference between like a red flag and a cautionary?
To us, they're all cautionary. They have some red flags that need to be addressed. So for us, it's more of, these are red flags we have to address with them. If it says cautionary, then they've officially received a cautionary status letter.
Okay.
Board, is there any more questions for Ms. Bennett? Thank you very much. Oh, excuse me.
I have one more. With, I think, Reaching All Minds, they were on this list, but I also believe they're up for a 10-year. Does this seem, I guess what what I want to know is from your perspective, is this a substantial issue or that would prevent a 10-year charter, or?
I think they would have to explain why they had a drop of the 1.9 down to 85,000 of fund balance and what their plan is to replenish that for a 10-year renewal. However, as I stated up front, any school that gets themselves into a fiscal non-compliance issue or a fiscal stress situation, it does not matter their status as to charter end date or renewal cycle. We would be bringing that up and you would likely be taking different action if I was to bring them back to the review board.
Okay.
I just want to add, we monitor all the public schools every year, all year. So it's, we don't just do this as they're coming up for renewal. This is part of our yearly work for every school.
And you said you were not aware of what the purchase was, but looking at the audits, it seems as if.
Based on the notes in the audit report, but we'll find out exactly what they did with the with that capital investment.
I'm going back and forth between papers and computer, and I just want to make sure that it appears to me that there are 3 schools that are currently in a 10-year placement: Washington Montessori, Reaching All Minds, and Doral Academy of North Carolina, who are on your top 10 list with concerns.
I do not pay attention to 3, 5, 10 years because every year is a year for me. Every year they have to be fiscally healthy, so I don't look at renewal status very much. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct, though. That's correct, Todd. And just as a reminder to the board, some of these schools you may choose to vote on in February, especially the ones that do not have audits. That should not impact those schools. It will give you more time for us to get that audit report.
Hey, thank you again. Appreciate that. Do we want to take a 10-minute break or keep going? Break. All right, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:20.
Jenna, we're trying to test the mics. Can you speak for a second?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, speak one more time.
Can you hear me okay?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. We'll need
Perfect.
you a little bit, Ohio, she's in Ohio. We'll need you a little bit louder, but yes, we've got you. Great, thank you.
Yep.
Eric and John, are you guys still on?
I am.
Okay, is this Eric?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, we turned your mic up a little bit, so hopefully next time if you unmute, if you want to speak, you should be good.
All right, appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Eric.
Hey, did you say that Community School of Digital and Visual Arts is here?
Yes, they are, we've invited Community School of Digital Visual Arts and Haliwa-Saponi to and answer any further questions you might have.
Yes, Community School of Digital Visual Arts wants to come forward. And we have approximately 15 minutes. Ashley, about 15 minutes.
We're running a little behind, but we had allotted 30, so whatever you guys need.
We'll try to hold it 15, but this is so important. I think we need to take as much time as we can. So if you'll start by introducing who's with you, and we'll give you an opportunity to talk to us before we ask questions.
How about now? There we go. Sorry, let me start over. I'm Joe Battle. I'm the board chair, and I'm joined by Brian Crawford, who previously served as our executive director, Mr. Denny, who serves as our head of school, and Mr. Johnson, who serves as our operations manager. Do appreciate the opportunity to come back before you and address some of the concerns that were raised last time we were here, and we just heard a few minutes ago primarily around the audit. And I agree, the 2 years of not having audits is unacceptable. In my other life, I lead a nonprofit, and we're a mission-based lender, and I would be very apprehensive to lend money to anyone who could not provide 2 years of financial statements or audited financial statements. So completely understand that concern. As we mentioned last time we were here, the way we found ourselves there was we lost our executive director, Brian Crawford, transitioned into another role, even though he's still involved in the school. Our bookkeeper, Arcadia North Star, was acquired, and our main contact retired, and we lost our auditor. And as was made mention earlier, it's very difficult to find auditors. So we found ourselves obviously without an auditor and found ourselves in the hole that we're in today in terms of not providing 2023 and 2024 audits. The good news is we have found a high quality auditor. We've been working very hard on, we were hoping to have a draft of the 23 audit to present to the board today. But unfortunately with the holidays and whatnot, we weren't able to get it done today. But the letter that I passed around from our auditor indicates that it will be done this week. And he's expecting it to be a clean, unmodified audit opinion for the 23. And then he is going to pivot, start working on the 24. And we expect to have that in February. I'll also point out that this is unusual for our school to be in this situation. Again, it was a series of unfortunate events that got us here in terms of being out of compliance. We think we've come up with a strong solution. And again, we'll have the 23 audit this week and the 24 audit in February. I do want to also put in perspective the communities that we serve. Very challenging communities. The majority of our students are free reduced lunch, African-American, Hispanics students. And we were, with that challenging community, we're able to exceed growth this past year. So I believe last time we were here, someone on the board said, you guys have done the hard work in terms of the academic piece, but you as a board need to improve and step up to complement the good work that Mr. Denny and the academic side has done. And hopefully with the letter in front of you, we're definitely addressing the audit or the compliance issues. With that, I'll stop and entertain questions.
Thank you, Mr. Battle, for that explanation and description. I did have a couple of questions of items that you didn't mention. And that would be, and the OCS may help me there, information that's lacking as far as fire inspections, health and safety, school nutrition. I think that there's a deficit in each of those areas as far as what's been submitted. Does that sound right?
And minutes as well.
Well, if you look at our site, I think we've addressed the minute issue. There's still a couple of minutes that are missing, but we have updated them and put them on the site. With respect to the fire inspection, I'm not aware that we missed that because I know we have that done annually by the county fire department. So I'll have to check into that and see what that issue is. Food and nutrition, I have no idea what that is about and why that is an issue. We think we've been in compliance with them. They haven't stopped fulfilling our invoices or our inspections with them. So I don't know what that issue is about. So as soon as I can get more detail, I'll work with the staff and make sure that we can meet that 2024 compliance, those 2024 compliance issues.
Thank you.
Who at your school should know that you don't have that?
Well, see, that's part of the issue. We don't have an executive director anymore. I come in and do what I can to help the schools be more compliant. And there's also a training issue, right? Because we don't have an executive director. Staff is concentrating on academics. And so we're trying to contract that work out to make sure that we are more compliant. For now, one of our things that we've done is address that is we have a staff member that's going to make sure that the minutes are compliant. And then going forward, we're going to address these issues. I haven't looked at the EPP to see what specifically those issues are, but I'll take a look at them and make sure. So for the interim right now, I'm still helping them with the compliance issues.
I have real concerns with the non-compliance that's showing up on the screen right now. No audit in 2 years, no minutes up until recently. That's like winking at a girl in the dark. You're the only one that knows what's going on, and that is really dangerous. I'm very, very uncomfortable with what's going on.
It is, and totally acknowledge that concern. But we put steps in place to address that, address the compliance issue. As Brian mentioned, we're deputizing a staff member to help with the minutes. So we take those non-compliance issues very seriously and putting the corrective actions in place.
How many students do you have right now?
Is it 210? 210.
Okay.
Mr.
If you weren't up
Machado,
for renewal, do you think a lot of these issues would have been coming before us right now?
I'm sorry, could you
If you weren't up for renewal, would we even know about any of these issues?
Let me add that I think staff has done a good job of making sure that we've been aware of these issues. It's just a matter of putting the personnel in place. I mean, this is partly board, but partly the operation of school to make sure with the EPP reports, et cetera, we've been getting messages from OCS that we need to bump up our compliance. And normally we'd had a staff person to do that, but now that we don't have that, we just have to piecemeal it together till we get that staff back together. Remind you that when our ADM dropped previous year, that changed the complexion of staff. And so now that we're back on track and staff and the ADM is rising once again, we think we'll close the gap on those compliance issues.
What's your plan on staffing and specifically your executive director filling that position?
So for now, we're going to do an independent contract to make sure that we fix that by the end of the year. Once we get our 2024 budget, our audit, to make sure that we're have the funds in the budget to hire a new executive director. The board has been talking about putting that in place, but we've just got to make sure that we don't feel that we have any cash flow or financial compliance issues, but we want to verify that through our staff. Previously, when we had Acadia North Star as our bookkeeper. They did a very good job of keeping us up to date and making sure that we knew what our cash position was at any time. It's a little different right now with Prestige, but we're demanding that type of service so that we can figure out what's cash we have or what income we have to make sure that we can fund that executive director position.
And I'll just add, with our financial position, one of the advantages that we have is that we own our building, but it's an aging building. And we've been marketing the building, and in the last several months, we're starting to get some serious interest. So we have about $2 or $3 million in equity if we were to sell the building. So we're already looking at other locations. But when we do sell the building, we think that's going to give us an opportunity, assuming a charter renewal, and having $2 or $3 million in our bank accounts would help us address the issues around staffing and being able to afford an executive director.
Mr. Battle, when you were here in November, you mentioned, as you did today, that your auditor notified you in fall of 2023 that they were going to discontinue. And so this is maybe 18 months later, I don't know exactly, before we've actually engaged a new auditor. You also had no meeting schedule, no board minutes on the website, nothing that was available to us. And then today you've said that Arcadia North Star was acquired. I don't know what, but that you lost your main contact.
Right, she retired, yes.
They were still your vendor.
Right, we were in a transition from Arcadia to Prestige, and our primary contact retired around the same time.
Okay, and at the same time, we have these various issues of non-compliance or items that need to be submitted. And also at the same time, we have 3 years of continually low performing and not performing and a comparability to the local LEA. And this would be your third 3-year renewal. So there's just a lot of factors here impacting the progress of your school and the success of your school. We all want your success and your students' success, but it's very challenging to work through all of this and also see somewhat delayed responses on the part of your board. How many board members do you have?
We have 5 board members.
Including yourself?
Including myself.
There are 5 of you.
Do we have I'm sorry to interrupt, did you speak of a minutes? We asked them to post the minutes.
That was in November.
This past November, and there's still no board minutes since May of 24.
No, the board minutes are posted on the website now.
I'm looking at your website.
Yeah, there are a set of 4 minutes that have been submitted to move from. We record our board sessions, so we just need them to be reduced to paper. We should have them up within the next week or the last couple of months, but we put together all the board members' minutes that we had up on the website. But you're correct. We need, there have been 3 meetings since May that we need to put on the website.
So as I was
Should be more
saying,
than 3.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
One redeeming factor would be that in this past school year, you exceeded growth with your student academic performance. And you actually decreased the deficit with you and the LEA, which is very close to within that 5-point range. So you're closing the gap there. So those are some good, good things to consider that's happening.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, with a very challenging population that we're serving.
I guess also the ADM appears to be stable or somewhat stable around the 200 range. I actually had 178 as your number. You said it's
210.
210 today.
Ms. Chair Friend, are you on? I know you had some questions.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Bruce Friend, CSRB. I do have a series of questions, if I may. I guess my first question is, and I apologize for not being there in person today, but how many people who are actually on the board are present today?
Michael Palmer, who was here earlier, unfortunately, he had to leave. So 2 of the 5 board members were able to attend.
Okay. So I want to verify you don't have an executive director, but you do have a head of school and a principal, correct?
Right. Mr. Denny is with us today.
Okay. So for a 210 student school, you have a head of school and you have a principal. When you're saying hiring the executive director, is that a staff member of the school, or are you referring to someone on the board?
That previously, Brian Crawford, who's here, served as the executive director, basically taking on the admin, the superintendent sort of role, while the head of school, Mr. Denny, focused on the academics. And that seemed to work well for us in terms of having Mr. Denny and Mr. Johnson focused on the operations and the academic part of the school, while another person was focused on the compliance and the admin.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess, and not to reiterate what some of my colleagues have stated, but I just continue to have the same concern today as I did in November. There's just no transparency here about what the board is doing. How often are you meeting? Your minutes are not on the website. You told us in this November that they weren't then, and they're not now. There are minutes from 4 meetings in 2023, 1 meeting in 2020, 1 meeting in 2022, meeting minutes from 2 minutes, 2 in 2024, nothing prior to nothing in 2021. So your minutes are not there. And so please quit telling us that they are when they're not.
No, I apologize. I misspoke. I thought we were up to date, but Brian corrected me. I think it was the last 3 minute meetings are not on the website. I apologize for misspeaking earlier.
But furthermore, then I heard you say you've met 3 times since the May meeting. So have you met 4 times in all of 2024? Like how often is this board meeting?
We're meeting 8 times per year. And so to correct my previous statement, there have been 3 meetings, August, September, and October that we have met. And those minutes still need to be on the website, and they will be posted.
Why are they not? We asked for this information in November.
Yes, and when we met in November, we still were running into the issues that we have with respect to having someone to put that information up on the website. And this is why we've made the decision as a board that we've got to do better with putting that information out there. It's not that there are all of our meetings are recorded. We didn't think it was a good practice to put our recorded meetings on the website, but everyone is there. So we just have to reduce it to paper and put it up on the website. We realize that's an issue with the board, and it's not the staff issue, but we're working to get it up there.
Okay, just for the record, you have 5 board members, a principal, a head of school, 210 students, and you're not able to you don't have enough resources to get your minutes correct. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I would say that we have a small staff, and that we really are focused on the educational growth. Yes, we admit that the board, but this is a volunteer board. There's nobody who's paid on the board. So it's hard to get these minutes reduced down to paper. We've solved that by deputizing the staff as an assistant secretary, and they will begin to compile those minutes and put them on board. Previously, we've had someone who we contracted with to do that work. They were no longer available, and the budget was such that we didn't want to take away from the budget that need to be attributed to the staff. So we accept that and I'll personally accept that we haven't reduced that and put it on the website, but we're working diligently to make sure that we're up to date.
Okay, just thank you for that. Every charter school board is consistent of volunteers who are not paid and have to be responsible as part of that governing board to uphold the requirements of the charter. And transparency as to when the board meets and what they deliberated on is part of that responsibility.
No, we agree, and we're taking the corrective actions.
Who is the auditor that who's doing the audits?
Sharp Patel.
When did you engage them to do
We engaged them late last year. I'm not sure if it was actually November, December, but we engaged them late last year. And again, we were planning or hoping to have at least the 23 audit done by today, but with the holidays, we were not able to get it done by today.
And he hasn't even started on you.
I'm sorry.
You're 2 years behind on your audits.
We're 2 years behind, so that we were hoping to have the 23, and as the letter indicates, the 23 will be done this week, and the 24 will be done in February.
My concern, and Chair Friend does a great job articulating this. You guys came before us a month or two ago, and one of the things I asked is you get your board minutes up by today, and it's not done. That's a pretty simple thing. I'm not technically, I'm not a techie guy, and I think I could have done that within the 30 days. So it's just so disappointing. I just feel like the school is just floating in the middle of the river with no leadership, and that's when you're getting the kind of taxpayer dollars to run a school, we have to have confidence that the school is being run well financially as well as academically. I just have some real concerns.
Mr. Machado, can I add something? I just want to clarify some of the timelines you've been discussing, because they of course have appeared before you as part of the renewal process over the last couple of months. But as you know, in our office, the renewal process starts 2 years in advance. So we have been in contact with this school for a very long time regarding some of our concerns. They were placed on governance noncompliance cautionary status May 9th of 2024 because of these board related concerns we had. In June 10th, 2024, they were escalated to probationary status. We had outstanding items from governance noncompliance, including their lottery application, asking questions that are not allowable, board meeting minutes not posted to the website and not provided to the office, and then failure to submit the official fire inspection for the performance framework. So those A5, A13, A17, those items you see are part of the performance framework, which every charter school is required to do. And typically the school leader would provide those things. That's our kind of way of making sure that we can have accountability for over 200 schools. But in an attempt to also further assist the school, in addition to the letters that we have sent, on September 23rd, 2024, Nikki Nowinski and Jenna Cook from my office, who are the assistant director, and Jenna, who you know leads renewals, met with Mr. Crawford, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Adenye, and remotely to discuss some of our outstanding concerns. And they included the discussion about the outstanding compliance concerns. Jenna Cook asked for a submission of board meeting minutes and encouraged them to be posted on the website as soon as possible. They also discussed getting an auditor as soon as possible and discussed their current financial non-compliance status. So that all took place September of this year as a kind of final push to get those things completed.
And that's all accurate and fair. I'll just go back to the comment I made earlier about losing our executive director. Brian has kind of transitioned off, but he's still helping. So some of these issues are attributed to not having that executive director focused on the admin side. And as I mentioned, particularly once we sell the building, we'll have the resources to put that in place. But absent that, we are taking corrective actions to address the issues that you guys have identified. But also don't want to lose sight on the academic side. Mr. Denny and Mr. Johnson is It was pointed out earlier, we've exceeded growth, a very challenging population. Going back to what Mo Green was saying earlier about our North Star and making sure that we're, taking into consideration, what is the impact on the children that we're trying to serve. Personally, I think we've done a great job on the academic side, and I'll take the blame on the board side that we have not done a great job on the board side, kind of supporting Mr. Denny and his team and the good work they're doing with the challenging population in Durham.
When did you lose your executive director? What was the month, the year?
So Brian has been transitioning. Brian has such a heart for the school. And at one point it was 40% of what you were doing professionally.
Yeah, so we haven't had a full, someone in that position since September of 2023. So it's been quite a while. And so again, in 2023, yes, over 18 months.
So are you actively marketing your building?
Yes, we are.
And what are your plans, the building sales?
So we have located one or two possible options of building that are opening up that will fit our accommodations. We've made an offer contingent upon our selling of the school. The school has some interest. There have been two prices that have been offers that have been made. We're working with Maverick Partners as our realtor. There's real interest in the building. We know that the building is reached its physical life. And so most people who are looking at the building are coming in thinking about raising it for something else. So there's enough interest in the building that we know that if we accepted the offer that was on the table today, we would be out of there by June. But we're waiting just to see if we can get a better price.
And if you sold the building, Brian, what would happen?
So we have a potential of one building that's owned by a school that might open up back in June of 2025. We also have looked at some temporary space over off of Central's campus that might be available to us. So we're thinking strategically about where we could go in the interim. Small student population, we think there's a bunch of flexible options, including some Maverick Partners has located some office space that might work for us on an interim basis until we can figure out where we want to be permanently.
Mr. Machado?
Yes.
Hey, this is John Eldridge, and I just want to make a few comments if I could. And I apologize, like Bruce, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I had to be out of town on business. But when we talk about schools that are struggling and I start hearing things like, well, we have a challenging population, the things we're talking about today don't really have much to do with what's going on with the students. Plus also, this board chose to open this school in that area, knowing what they were trying to do for the students that were there. So just to me, it's a matter of taking ownership for the things that are going on and doing all that you can to make sure that as the people that are responsible for the school, managing for those student outcomes that you were hoping to get when you first wrote the charter. Thank you.
If I may, you have roughly 200 students, and on your website, there are 3 people listed under administration. Can you tell me the jobs of each of those 3 people?
So the principal is in charge of all the academic work and direction of the school. The second administrator is in charge of all the operations, buses, school nutrition, staffing, reports, and the third person should be the executive director, who's in charge of compliance, contracts, working with the board, and making sure that the finances are verified with Acadia North Star or Prestige Solutions. So that's typically the segregation of services between the 3 staff members.
So this probably went right past me, but Brian Crawford, are you just serving in an interim way?
I am. I'm,
Okay.
you know, I'm trying to, again, as much as possible and whenever possible is to try to close these gaps that have increased since 2023.
So you're being compensated?
I'm an independent contractor just for the purposes of getting this work done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not on salary.
Any other questions? Thank you. Obviously, our vote will be this afternoon.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And the next school is
Haliwa-Saponi Tribal School.
Can you put their academic data up in front of us? Thank you. Okay. If you'll introduce yourself and who you're with, and then give us a brief statement.
I'm Gideon Lee. I'm with the Haliwa-Saponi Tribal School. I'm the board chair. With me today, I have administrator, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 board members. And I'd like to say, starting off, we're recognizing we're having a problem with our finances pieces, our services, and we're looking to make those corrections now, putting things in place. Same thing with our order. As been stated before, it is hard to get an order. We had to go out California and get one. So, but we are still trying to get one here local.
Your auditor is from California, is that what you just said?
Yes.
What about questions do we have?
Mr. Machado, this is Chair Friend again. I guess one question and then just one comment. I do want to thank the board. Unlike the previous school, we identified back in November that they were not keeping up with their board minutes and being publicly posted. And it looks like that they've made progress in changing that. So I hope that continues into the future. So appreciate them doing that. I guess I'm still, the question I have today is the same question I had back in November, and I'm still not sure if I fully understand the answer. So maybe I'm going to ask the question again, because I'm sure they've had a chance to think about this, but the comparability data with the local LEA is not good. Specifically, when you look at the comparability data of minus 29 points compared for Native American, minus 20, almost 28 points for Hispanic. And knowing that Native American is, I believe they indicated 90%, if not more, of their student population. So, you know, we at this board level, I know over the last year, we've had discussions about, well, how do you define comparability, and should it be 3%, 3 points, 5 points, 7 points? How do you look at it from a subgroup perspective? And but no matter how you slice and dice this, this is significantly behind the local LEA. And again, it's a charter that's had, this would be their 4th consecutive 3-year renewal if we grant that. So with that as the lead in, again, I'm going to ask the same question. For the majority of students who you serve, how is it that they are academically better off at your school compared to the local LEA?
Good morning, everyone. To answer that question and looking at just being very transparent, we recognize that the school's data for the last 9, 10 years have been sort of stagnated in a place where we have not been showing growth for the students. Since I have come in and taken the first year to really do a root cause analysis to determine what had been going on with our Native American students and other students that attend Haliwa. I realized that we had a lot of social emotional issues and we needed to address those issues in order for our kids to be able to become academically strong. They are so much better now because the kids that we receive at Haliwa-Saponi Tribal School, they come to us from a public LEA. As I've done the research, they come from Warren County or they'll come from the other neighboring district, Halifax County, because they either could no longer fit in at that school, parents' choice to choose for them to come to a smaller environment. When we dig deep with all of our students, as I did when I came in the first year, I recognized that we needed to do a lot of social emotional support. We also needed to have some stronger interventions. You could take a look at our data. Of course, first year, it showed no, we did not meet, but we had a significant amount of growth. Last year, it was the same. We had a great deal of growth. And at this point, for the first time in a very long time, we were able to meet the subgroups of not just one group of kids, but all of our kids. I feel that the plans that we have in place, it makes it better for our kids, and the data is showing the growth significantly for them across the board. And our Native American students had shown 83% growth. We're going to proficiency, and we would believe that this year would be the year that we will be able to hit it. Smaller classroom settings and more individualized learning. And we also take time with getting to know families and dig into the root cause of what is it that we need to provide support for students and their families.
You just said, run that back for me, Native American students, 80%. Tell me that again.
Yeah, so our Native American students last year, we were able to meet growth at 82.9% for all of our Native American students. All students, we had 79.3% growth, and our economically disadvantaged students, we were able to have 80% EVOS growth for them. You would also see a significant improvement, though we haven't gotten to a C and we are still in F school, but in our reading, we have been able to meet our reading growth at 80.5% last year, and we were able to meet our math growth at 81.5%. Still growing toward proficiency, but we recognize and understand that we're closing in the gaps. But we also have to do a lot of intervention to be able to continue to track and to follow our students across the board.
I have a question. Why are those numbers so at odds with what I see on this piece of paper?
He's talking. She's not talking proficiency.
No.
So what we're seeing is proficiency. So I think what I hear you saying is you have counted up the number of Native American students you had and how many of those students met growth. Is that what I'm
Yes,
hearing?
we have.
Which 80-something% sounds, and I understand you want to shine the light on the good. I get it. But you're saying all these numbers that are 70 and 80%. And while that may be true, the bottom line is still only 16.4% of your Native American students are proficient.
It is true. Proficiency, we understand it is very stagnated. However, when you get to know our kids, many of our kids already come to us 3 to 4 grade levels behind. So we are constantly providing intervention and working to fill the gap to give them a year's worth of growth. So this is where our focus has been on, to close the gap, to gain towards proficiency. We need to enhance our growth, and that has been our focus. We do believe that when you're looking at the growth for our Native American students, and I will say what has also helped is we haven't lost any students. Customarily, we would lose all of that 16% of the students that's growing. We would keep them through middle school, and then we would lose them by the time they go to high school because they would opt to go to an early college, and then they would transfer back into Warren County. But we are working diligently to grow our kids towards proficiency. Yes, when you look at the proficiency data, the numbers are relatively low for a cohort of maybe 3 through 8 of fifth grade, 54 students or so. But we do believe the growth is maximizing, and we're growing them towards to become proficient. We're able to see some of that in our Propel data when we're taking interim assessments, and we're seeing additional growth for our students.
What grades do you serve?
We service grades kindergarten through 12th grade.
12th grade. So you've got some pretty small classes.
Classrooms are pretty small. The largest set that we have would be 10th grade. Our 8th and 10th grade are in between 15 and 17 students.
You should be able to do some very serious individual instruction. Why would a Native American student want to go to your school when you're 29% below what the LEA is? What makes those students and families decide to go to your school?
Many of our students and the families, they live within the community. A lot of the kids that are there, the families don't have direct transportation, honestly, for them to travel out to a school that's 35 or 40 miles away. Our school is close within the community. If a child gets sick or if there needs to speak with the administrator, transportation in our small rural community is an issue. What we do at the school is we are able to cater to our families. They are able to find someone to bring them there to meet with us and have parent-teacher conferences. If a student is sick, we even go so far as to provide services for our families with transportation. So we offer a lot of individualized instruction as well as individualized parental needs.
Any further questions from the board?
I will just confirm that for the growth score, she is accurate. You on the accountability website, the dashboard that DPI provides, you can drill down further into data. When, as a reminder, the data that you see and that the public is seeing right now, this is the LEA composite. So it's the average that, it's all of the LEA schools combined, which in Warren County is not that many schools. I don't think there's any K-12 schools in Warren County. It looks like they're elementary, middle, and high school. But if you pull the schools in the county, Haliwa-Saponi, their growth score was actually the highest compared to Marion Boyd, Northside, Warren County High School, and Warren County Middle School, with a 79.3 EVOS score. And for math and for reading, they were also the highest. So it's one of those things you have to drill down into, and we're trying to really help our schools learn how to use that data and advocate for themselves so that they can, because we don't have the capability of doing that for all of the schools. But just to confirm that's where she's getting that data, and that data is accurate.
Just to clarify, the school has been an F pretty much, I think, since the advent of Common Core every year. Okay, yeah, just
This is Mr. Friend again. I guess I just have a question for the board. As you can see on the screen there, in 2016, you were given a 3-year renewal. 2019, 2022. What's going to make this year different? What's going to be different that if you're granted a 3-year renewal, that when we're back together in 3 years, that we're not talking about whether we should be 3 years, while we should be talking about 10 and 7. So what's different today than in 2016, 2019, and 2022?
If I may, I would say the major difference, and I think that the data shows it, I came in 2022, 2023, although we were not able to at that point, we did not meet, but our EVOS growth, the data shows that we began to grow our students from where they had been. And in the second year, we've had some tremendous growth that's going to continue to push them towards proficiency. I believe that this year, 24, 25, we're going to continue to see that growth with the things that we have in place. With a 3-year renewal, we should be able to tap right into proficiency as if I am continuously to be there, if the board continues to have me as their school leader. I was not there before, and if you would, I think, take a look at, I came in, now that we've done that root cause analysis, I believe we are on track to continue growth to proficiency for the students at Haliwa.
Actually, I have a question for OCS. Because the school did meet growth 1 out of the past 3 years, and they are comparable to the LEA 2 out of the last 3 years, are they not required to submit any type of school improvement plan or strategic improvement plan just due to the performance?
They are actually all charter schools that are either low performing or are continually low performing submit those plans through the like the state system we have called NC Star.
So they have done that. They have submitted a plan. Is it a 3 to 5 year plan?
It's kind of, I think it's like a 3 to 5 year, but like a school like this would be in that system each year. So it kind of just continues to grow and change. And I'm sure it's changed as they've had new leadership turnover.
Thank you.
The leader, she seems great. She seems to have identified the root causes, or at least, has attributed some things, and, there have been some positives here and some confidence that maybe something could happen, some improvement. I've now been on this board for, I think, 9 or almost 10 out of the last 11 years. And someone from Haliwa-Saponi has, if you go back to those, can you go back to I think I've seen 4 different leaders over this period of time since I've been on this board come up and basically say the same thing. Promise that it would be better, that the turnaround would happen, that things would change, the finances were going to get right. Either they left, they couldn't do it. They were very compelling. It doesn't, the individuals that were up here were very compelling and convincing. That's why we kept giving them charters. But I would just point that out. We've had a number of very compelling leaders convince us over multiple years. They had 2 leaders at one point, one to do operations, one to do instruction. They had a gentleman who was super compelling, came a couple times. Dave, you probably remember. I just think this is not new. So I'll just leave it at that.
Alex, in those previous renewals and years, have they been able to show the potential promise of growth like last year's EVOS numbers that show?
I don't remember all the test data, but F not met growth, meeting growth, okay. I just, at some point, we have to say, structurally, this is not working. It hasn't worked. It's not specifically comparing when the specific design of the school is with an attention to American Indian students and it's underperforming the LEA by a significant margin. I think that calls a lot into question. If we had a school for gifted students and those gifted students were significantly underperforming magnet students or something like that in an LEA, I think we would really say, is this what we're supposed to be doing? Or low income students or whatever it is. And, these conversations are really difficult, and it doesn't mean that we don't have good people in a community that cares about kids. But I do think we need to ask the hard questions here.
Just as not to the board, but for the school leader, just as a small token of advice, and you can, flush it when you walk out the door. But I understand why you come to this board and you're shining the spotlight on the good that you have. And I think that's wonderful. And I applaud you for that. And please don't think I was questioning the data. I was just trying to explain what you're looking at. I do think that there is merit as a school leader myself in putting the spotlight on when it's bad and saying, we recognize it's 17%. We recognize that 17% of the students sitting, only 17% are proficient. There is wisdom in that, and that comes with a little bit of a punch to hear those numbers. So I'm not saying you're spinning it because you were giving us accurate numbers, but sometimes it's good to admit and just shine the light on when it's not good. And if it's not good, you say it's not good, and then let's figure out how to fix it, rather than, oh, but 80%, oh, but 80%. So I applaud you for shining the light on the good, but just take that into consideration. When the rubber meets the road, sometimes you just have to say, we're not where we want to be, and let's fix it.
We are working on that very hard for the last 2 years. We went through a reorganization piece with the whole school. We brought in more teachers. Mrs. Richardson, she reorganized all the pieces. And since she's been there, we have seen growth. And we're continuing to work on that.
Mr. Friend, again, what's been the stability or turnover of the board over the last 9 years? Is it the board makeup pretty much still the same folks?
Pretty much the same. We have an election every 3 years. Well, every year actually, and it's 3 to 4 people up an election every year. But we maintain pretty much the same. I've been on 4 years. Marty's been on it 4. I've been on 11. 3. I was on it for 6. 6 and 1, 2. I've been on that for the last 7, 8 years. So we pretty much maintain the same.
And am I correct that the dynamics of this charter is that from its founding, that if you're elected to the tribal council, you're by de facto a member of this board, correct?
Correct.
There was a school I don't want to equate these two. No, I'll just leave it.
I just wanted to observe that when you came to us in November, one of your board members made the statement of "we stay to ourselves," referencing sort of the American Indian, the student, and maybe even the board and the school.
The board is pretty much outgoing. The people in the community is very close knit. They don't reach out much. They don't seem to trust people. This is the thing we dealt with for years. So we try to offer them, those people, somewhere they feel good about coming to school. Just a good place to sit for those individuals. And for the last year or 2 years, we've been working on social stuff, and then able to work with some of the parents and get them involved in the school as well. Because mental health is the issue there as well.
So would it be appropriate, or has it ever been considered to try more integration to open your school to other ethnicities and races so that there was a greater level of integration?
We do have. I don't know exactly percent.
We do have, we're a very diverse school. We have 2% Caucasian students, and we have 60% students that attend our school that may be African-American students as well as Native American students as well. So we are very diverse. We're also diverse in our instructional staff as well.
Okay, the last time you were here, I made notes of what you told me, and it was 90% Native American, 10% African American.
Yes, but when I went back to actually look, we have some students that are 2 category.
2 or more? Okay.
Yes.
If I were just a casual observer, which to a degree I am, and I look at the data, it looks like the Native American student performs better in an integrated academic environment. It's what your LEA seems to be demonstrating.
Yes, absolutely. You are correct. They do perform better. I do also believe that, well, and I would say when anybody comes to the school and you see our students working together, they are totally integrated. They all peer support each other to help cheer each other on so everybody can be successful. And that's a great thing to be able to see all kids working closely together.
Ms. Wilkins can explain that piece quite better than I on the data.
Good morning. My name is Mrs. Nicholson, and I was hired by the board as an instructional coach for ELA. I am a retired educator and a former DPI ELA team reviewer. So I went in, as you stated, being from the outside. I looked at the current status of the school and I reviewed all of their data. And the first thing that I did, because of my training from working here at DPI, was completed a common needs assessment to see where the school was and where we needed to take the school. We established a quality professional learning community with norms and guidelines that were data-driven for the school with research-based strategies. Looking at the state's accountability model, with 80% being at the core instruction and for proficiency and 20% being for growth, we looked at the school's triangle and it was upside down. So what I tried to do was come in and first of all, work with the staff on learning how to unpack the standards so that they would be aligned with the instruction throughout the content to deter any misalignment for instruction that the academics that the students were receiving. Going in and doing some academic monitoring of the classrooms and providing feedback and aligning all of these strategies with the MTSS and RTI models for integration and alignment. providing direct instruction to the high school ELA classes due to a vacancy in their in positions, and providing professional growth and development, providing a literacy plan for the school. And I am a current lifelong learner. I am participating in the Literacy for Leaders DPI professional development as well. So yes, the 17% is true. But what we're trying to do now is to address the deficiency. But we had to start with equipping the teachers so that they would be able to provide that type and that level of instruction to get our students there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll wrap it up. We appreciate you coming, and obviously we'll be voting this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Actually, we're breaking for lunch right now. So
Yes. So we have a return at noon. Do you want to push that back a little bit? So you have what about 12:15 maybe? Okay, so we will resume at 12:15 after a lunch break. Thank you.
Okay, we're back in session now. And we're going to move on to the renewal voting. And Ms. Bennett, do you have some updates for us?
I was able to get clarity on two of your questions related to two of these schools. 32Q Regional Mines, they did use their fund balance. They were under a very tight deadline to purchase some land. And so they use that fund balance to secure that land, and they are securing financing right now to not only cover the cost of the land, but a building. So they expect to be able to replenish that fund balance once they've secured that financing. So we'll be following up with them. They have healthy ADM and revenue numbers other than that. So I just wanted to follow up with that question. In addition, you asked us to follow up on some other information related to 61J Lakeside Charter School. That one is concerning in that 21% of their operating expenditures are being used to pay this loan. The loan does appear in the audit report to be a related party type transaction related to Thunderbird LLC, which is a management company. All the employees are employees of the LP, and go through a IA-29 green card application type arrangement. If possible to postpone the vote on this particular school, I'd like to have my staff try to obtain additional information, since 20% of your operating money going for a loan rather than to students just gives me pause currently. So that's 61J. I have those materials from the audit report that I'll provide through Ashley Vaquero to distribute to the board. Okay, and that was all of my updates for today.
Would it be your recommendation, the schools that we don't have an audit from, that we table those until the audits come in?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So Ashley, tell me if this is what we discussed. We will vote on the 10-year placements first. If there's any that need to come out either for no audit or for any other reason, we'll pull those out and then vote as a group. Then we'll vote on the 7, and we'll vote on the 5. Then when we get to the 3s, if there's, instead of voting on all of them as one group, if there's any in this group that we want to pull out for further discussion or possibly non-renew, or if there's any in this group that we want to pull out to discuss about giving a longer renewal based on the academic information that we've received at the last meeting, we'll do it that way. Okay, so then the ones that will get a straight 3 will vote as a block, and then the other ones will vote individually. That sound right?
That sounds correct. And Ms. Cook will give you guys a synopsis of everything before you go into voting.
Okay. Any other questions or suggestions, concerns? And we're ready for Ms. Cook.
Okay.
Go Buckeyes.
Yeah, you'll see them next Monday. Okay, well, Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools.
Go Irish.
And we will, I'm going to give you a quick synopsis of where we are in the renewal process. Just as a reminder, the Office of Charter Schools place schools at a renewal term primarily based on academics using the renewal guidelines and state board policy. And within that state board policy, it also states that the review board may also consider the comparison to the academic outcomes of students in the same subgroups and in the local school administrative unit where the school is located. So today, the Charter Schools Review Board will be deciding and approving a final renewal term for each school using the renewal statute, the renewal guidelines, the DPI portfolio, and the interviews with the schools. So the DPI portfolio was composed of the school's data sheet, the school presentations, the renewal site visit feedback, and the letters of noncompliance. Those were posted to eBoard for all of you to review during the November and December meetings. And so what I'm going to do is give you a quick summary of how schools got placed, primarily based on academics again. So you'll see here are the group of 10-year placements. All of them have met the statutory guidelines for a 10-year renewal. The next slide has the 7-year placements. There's only one school at a 7-year placement, and they've met those guidelines. There's one school at a 5-year placement meeting the guidelines for a 5-year renewal. And then you'll see the 3-year placements. This one has the most variability in how the schools have met the guidelines for a 3-year renewal, and you'll see each of those listed there. You all also have the minutes and your discussions from November and December to consider as you approach each of these schools' votes. Quickly, I did have some compliance updates from when I presented the schools. So already we've already spoken with Haliwa-Saponi, but back in November, I presented some concerns from accountability and testing. I did check in with them, and the folks from accountability and testing have let me know that the school is now in compliance, and all of their concerns have been addressed. For 32C, Community School of Digital and Visual Arts, they were marked as non-compliant for open meetings law for failure to submit their review board, their board meeting minutes. But then additionally, our performance framework team within the Office of Charter Schools notified me that they were also marked non-compliant on the 2024 performance framework under school nutrition, evidence of fire inspections, and health and safety requirements. It's my understanding that this was more of a failure to submit items or submit the correct items rather than those just not being present at all. But again, we can't mark those as compliant unless we get that documentation turned in. And then lastly, Piedmont Community Charter School. I originally presented that their BTSP peer review was not completed. After the review board meeting, I did receive information from that office that all of their BTSP requirements have been met, and they are currently in compliance with that policy. And then otherwise, if you don't see something listed, I hadn't received an update on any of those compliance items as of when this presentation was made. But any questions about the schools?
What about the BTSP for Metrolina and Socrates? Were those completed?
I don't know. So I believe what happened was the folks from Piedmont, they overheard the conversation from December. And so they reached out to me and said, we believe we've completed this. They were surprised at it. And then they reached out to the folks with BTSP, and then they reached out to me. But I have not heard from the BTSP folks about the other two schools.
Ms. Cook, or actually, particularly when you get into the 3-year renewals, will you be able to put up your academic data so we can look at possibly changing some of those to a 5 or 7? You'll be able to do that for us? We can let you know which ones we want at the time. Okay, so for the 10-year, with what's in front of us, there's 2 schools that it looks like we need to pull out because we do not have an audit. And that's Washington Montessori and Doral Academy. And we'll vote on them in February. Is there any other one that we need to discuss? Or will we vote on these as a block?
I know that we don't have any say because we're following the law as it is written, but I just have to go on record saying that passing schools, giving them a 10-year and them having a school then sitting as a D school. We have a few on here on this tenure list. I know we can't do anything about it, but it does not sit well with me to give a 10-year renewal to schools that are performing at a D status.
Point well taken, Shelley.
On the other side of that, I want to note that we have some outstanding schools in this tenure group. And I won't call names because I might leave one out, but just really impressive performances. Proud of those guys, thankful for those schools,
Absolutely.
what they're doing for students.
Mr. Machado, if there is a school that I want to consider moving from 7 to 10, do you want to do that now or after doing the ones that are 10s? Okay, got it.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion for our 10-year renewal placements.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion that we approve the renewal, the 10-year renewal for 17 of the schools, as you've noted, leaving out Washington, Montessori, and Doral until next month. We move those to a 10-year renewal.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Second. Any further discussion? Ashley, can you roll call?
Stephen Gay. Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay. Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. John Eldridge. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay. Those pass.
Thank you very much. And I totally agree with you, Dr. Hare. These are some outstanding charter schools. Thank you for bringing that up. And Ashley, you'll notify these two schools of this, that were postponed their votes, and they must have their audit, not just in, but evaluated by FPS. Okay. Okay, now we'll go to the 7-year placement. Any discussion, motions?
Mr. Machado, this is Mr. Friend. I had in my notes, and I don't know if others did or not, but perhaps taking a second look at Piedmont Classical as potentially a 10-year renewal. I have in my notes that what struck me was the while a grade of C for the last 3 years, but met and exceeded growth. And then for the last 2 years, especially, comparability data with the LEA, specifically around Black and Hispanic students, is seems to be considerably higher than Guilford County as a whole. So I had this one in my notes as a potential one that we wanted to discuss as a possible 10. I don't know if others agree with that or not, but
I would concur.
I do as well. My notes, I wrote the same thing, why not a 10-year? And again, I think we had to look at the subgroup data to get to that, because if we looked at just the broad numbers.
Can we put their information on the screen right now?
Their ADM is strong.
Ms. Vaquero, what puts them in the 7-year category?
Mr. Grobby, this is Mrs. Cook. If I could just share, they're in the 7-year category because they had 2 out of 3 years comparable to their LEA. So they were not comparable in 21-22.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So that is true if you even look at the subgroups. If you go back 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
They did not hit the targets of the LEA.
They met exceeded 22, 23, 24.
Yeah, they met in 22, they met in 23, and they exceeded in 24, correct? And they are 8 points higher than the LEA, is that correct?
Yeah, for the last 2 years.
That's right. And so the one thing that it would hang us up is that 3 years ago, they were down 11 points from the LEA.
I think they could certainly fall in that 10 category. Somebody wants to make a motion one way or the other?
I'll make a motion to move Piedmont Classical High School from a 7-year placement to a 10-year placement.
I was second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I would just say that I get a lot more comfortable voting for a school that didn't meet one of the 3 years when the 1 year they didn't was long ago.
Right.
If it were last year, I'd feel very differently.
Great point.
Fair enough.
I think it's a fair comparison. There was one other school in the 7-year category. So in an instant effort to be consistent, the other school in the 7-year category that we're looking at has exceeded growth the last 3 years, but doesn't have quite the same level of proficiency compared to the LEA that this school particularly has.
Do we have a second 7 years?
That's cool.
No.
I only see Piedmont Classical.
There's just one 7-year.
Oh, I thought, I must have pulled this out. I'm sorry. I had reaching all minds in front of me.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Ashley, roll call?
All right. Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, so that's a unanimous vote to move Piedmont Classical High School to a 10-year.
Very good, thank you. And the next one is a 5-year placement for Roseville Charter Academy. You can scroll to them. Does anybody have any discussion on this one or recommendation?
I feel like they're in the proper placement based on their scores and current status.
I agree. I'll make a motion that we grant Roseville Charter Academy a 5-year renewal.
I'll second that.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. Ashley?
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, that is unanimous vote for Roseville Charter Academy with a 5-year placement. So
Very
now
good.
all of the remaining schools are 3-year placements.
This might take just a little bit longer. Okay, as far as the 3-year renewals, I'm obviously recusing from one, so we can't vote for them as a block. And there's probably several schools here that there's a good argument that we could move up to either a 5 or a 7. And there might be some that we might be considering non-renewing. The only one I believe that we need to table at this point is Lakeside Charter Academy. So we can get some more clarification from FBS for February. Is that correct?
Yes, there's,
If it's missing audits as well. That would be Movement Freedom
Yes.
and Community School of Digital and Visual Arts as well.
Which ones?
Community School of Digital and Visual Art.
The record. Thank you. Okay, so Rising Leaders Academy. Todd, that was the one that you suggested. You want to just lead that discussion?
Yeah, my notes here point out kind of what appears to be, steady growth. When you look from an F to a D to a better D, they've been low performing and then not low performing. Their comparison to the LEA is getting better and better. They're moving in the right direction. I feel like that as we look at this school, there are things there that just are worth consideration, whether we do it or not.
I'm looking at that low performing and continually low performing and the subgroup comparability data, and just don't think that, well, these don't meet the criteria for a 5-year. I don't think I would advocate for moving outside of those parameters.
Any other discussion?
This is Bruce. I think all of us on the remote end got kicked out.
Oh, no.
I don't know if I'm the only one, but I don't think we heard any of that discussion. The last
We're checking right now.
Okay. The last that we heard was I think it was Todd, I'm not sure. Someone said there were three-year schools that didn't have audits, that we have to wait till February, and then we lost all communication after that.
We're back on, we lost power there.
Oh, no.
So we're in Rising Leaders, Bruce, what I was saying was for 5 years, legislatively, you could say mandated, that they would be comp to the LEA for 1 out of 3 years, or meet or exceed expectations for 2 out of 3 years. So they have not been comparable to the LEA in the last 3 years, but they have met and exceeded expectations. However, the other criteria is not to be low performing, and this school is low performing and continually low performing. So I don't advocate for moving them to a higher renewal level.
Who are the 3 schools that we're tabling until they have a more financial service information?
Community School of Digital, where we pulled out Lakeside, Haliwa-Saponi, and Movement are the 2 that are not in this discussion right now.
So let me repeat: Lakeside, Haliwa-Saponi, Community Schools of Digital Arts, and what was the 4th one, Dave?
Movement.
Sorry about that, guys. We just got bumped out. Okay.
Do you want to make a motion or just had made that point?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, so it stays at a 3.
Yep. The other one I had notes about was there were a couple. One was Kestrel Heights. about possibly moving them to a 5. I don't know if that was just my random notes or if that was something that we were considering. And Rise Southeast Charter as was another one. I know they're continuing low performing, but the growth has been solid. They had a really good year last year, going from F to C, and the comparability is on the rise. No pun intended. And I thought their board did a really outstanding job, and the leader as well. But did anyone else have Kestrel Heights as a possible? Maybe we start that one.
Mr. Machado, I might suggest, given the discussion kind of popping around, just to make sure everything's clear, but because these are such important votes, especially in the 3-year, that y'all just go one school at a time and start with Ace Academy and then go community school, digital and visual art. Because I think I want to have a clean record just in case we need a clean record.
Thank you. Okay. So we will start with Ace Academy, 13C. Recommendation is a 3-year placement. Any discussion and or motion?
I move that we approve Ace Academy for a 3-year renewal.
Second.
Got a second? Any further discussion? Ashley, can we vote?
Yes. This is a 3-year renewal vote for Ace Academy. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado, Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, that passes.
Thank you. Community School of Digital and Visual Arts.
In a quarter mile, turn right.
Tabled. Actually, I'd like to make a motion that we do not renew this school based on the information that we've seen.
I'll second that.
Okay, so discussion, just on the positive note, they did exceed growth this year. So they've met or exceeded 3 out of 3 years, and they moved off the low performing. So those are trending, in a good direction. They decreased the deficit that they had with the comparability data. Any other discussion? I just wanted to point those items out.
I think there are some positives that exist around the academics. I'm just super tripped up on the non-compliance, the governance, the financial issues that they've not answered.
So I want to ask a question. How does the appeals process work? If we do not approve them for a 3-year renewal, how does the appeals process work?
They will have a chance to appeal. So there will be, our office will send out information to the school. I believe it's a 10-day deadline from the day of the vote, but I would need to double check that. But they will get information on how to do that, who they send the appeal to. Then there will be an appeal hearing or panel set up where people independent of from the charter board will hear the appeal if they choose to appeal.
Will they not appeal it to the state board first, then go to that process you're describing?
I believe it goes to the panel, and then the panel will send their recommendation to the state board, and the state board makes the final decision.
Yes, that is correct.
And just a reminder, if you choose to non-renew, there's a reminder of the statute on here that you need to cite for the reasons you would be non-renewing.
My concern in the discussion that we heard the last 2 months is they don't have a leader, or they do have a leader. They got an executive director, or they don't have an executive director. Haven't had audits in 2 years. Haven't put minutes up on the board. I just feel like operationally, this school, we don't know what the school is doing or is not doing. And these are the type of schools that it's very hard to really keep your eye on. And I just feel like they've had plenty of time to prove that they should be getting this grant from the state to stay open. And I'm just so very uncomfortable with the operational integrity of this school.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with that. And this would be their third 3-year renewal. So again, academically, there are trends in the right direction. But governance wise and administratively, I even believe that maybe their prior executive director is now working under contract in an interim way. Do I have that individual name right? So that they took 18 months to attain a new auditor. So I agree with you that the noncompliance and the lack of responsiveness and the length of time they've had to make these corrections all work against them on this.
Yeah, I agree, Rita and Dave. I appreciate the work that the staff is doing and starting to see positive results there, it looks like academically, but as I think we always say, or at least say a lot, is the board is the one who owns the charter, and this board is just not on top of things. There's been I don't feel like there was any progress made or any work done between when we interviewed them in November and today. By their own words, they're I wrote it down, small student population. They have a head of school, they have a principal, 210 students, and this board can't even do the basic things like get your minutes in order. Let the public know when you're meeting. After November, this school had to understand that their renewal was on the line. And only 2 of 5 board members showed up today. I think that says all we need. It says all I need to know. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, my concern is that as a matter of governance, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to figure out how you go about assessing the competence of the leadership of the organization, the board, when you don't have financials, and they've known this for a long time. And I'm sure they feel resource constrained. On the other hand, as I understand it, they have a building that may be worth $3 million. If I thought that the possibility I'd lose my charter was on the line, I'd find somebody to lend me some money and go hire somebody to fix these problems. And they didn't fix them, and they didn't hire anybody to fix them, or if they did, they didn't hire the right person. And so this is a kind of a first from my perspective, because if I were just looking at the students, of course, there aren't very many of them, but if I were just looking at the student achievement, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with it. But the reality is you have to be able to, I feel like I can't vote to extend a charter to someone that I have no visibility on what it is they're really doing, and I'm not confident that they're competent to do it. And there is an appeals process. And so my inclination is to vote to close. And then if they want to appeal, that's great. But if I were in their shoes, I wouldn't appeal with these problems still hanging over them. I'd fix every dang problem, and then I'd appeal, because the reason that I'm voting to close them down is because they can't seem to fix these problems.
I agree with what you're saying, Bart, but the reality is that they can't fix these problems in 10 days. And that's the window of time for them to file their appeal. So, yeah, I think we're saying the same thing.
What is the time frame from the time they file an appeal to that it would be considered and heard?
I think by legislation, that appeals process was they would file the appeal, and then I believe it has to be heard by the appeal committee prior to the next, I want to say the next state board meeting, but
Yeah, I'd have to look at the policy, but it's usually like 30 to 60 days, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Then I would be happy to table them now and vote to close them down next month when we meet again, so that they've got a whole month to get their ducks in order for when they're going to have to go appeal.
I appreciate that they've had 3 years and haven't done it. And just for clarity, I do want to keep my motion the same. And the reason for non-renewal is failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. So I think you seconded it.
Yeah, sorry.
I think I did.
In my notes, I have, just to Bart, we have May 2024, June of 2024, September of 2024, and then they were in front of us November of 2024, that they have been told practically the same things and have not seen. And standing before us, I run a fairly large school, and I promise you, if I told my board members that I didn't know if we had the money or I was waiting on the audit to know how much money we had. And I didn't know if we could hire somebody because I didn't know if we had that's not okay. You have to be tighter with running a school. That's my opinion.
I agree. I don't want to belabor this, but they blame the reason the board minutes and agendas aren't up to speed is because they haven't hired an executive director. This is a school with 210 kids and a head of school and a principal, plus presumably a board, a 5-member engaged board. You're blaming because you're pointing the finger at someone in a position that doesn't exist, when frankly it's not staff's job to do the board's work. It's the staff's job to do the staff's work. And no audits. I'm sure some of you are in the room. My school, we lost our auditor 2 years ago. I found one right away. Didn't take me 2 years later to find one. I just don't understand.
I was just say that I know some of these folks from my work in Durham, director of operations, the principal, the executive director, have had positive, work with them in the past. But I can't comment on what's being described. I just want to say that all my interactions with them have been professional, and I know done more work with the principal and director of operations. Both were working hard, as far as I know. I've worked with Brian for many years, and so a lot of this is, I wasn't aware of the issues with the audits or anything like that, but understand the board's perspective, our board meeting.
And I appreciate those comments, and that's a little of what I was saying, that we know they moved the needle a little this year academically, and so the folks in the school, at the school level, are working to do that. But the financial noncompliance and the reporting noncompliance, these issues have been protracted for too long, and it's somewhat inexcusable. I have to agree with your vote, your motion and your second.
In my experience at OCS, the vast majority of schools that were closed were because of financial reasons and not necessarily academic. I mean, that's not being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. So again, just for clarification for my motion to close the school, it's for general statute reasons number 2, 4, and 6. So the minutes reflect that. And we have a second. Okay. Ashley, if you take roll call.
Wait, can I
Yes.
jump in? Before I say my comment, can I just get clarification about the financial noncompliance? I've heard some things regarding reporting and whatnot, but in terms of their actual finances, where are they at?
This is Jennifer Bennett. So they have been on a disciplinary status for over a year now because of failure to have the fiscal year 22-23 audit presented. So they get monthly allotments. We do not yet have that audit report. Per the report today, they said it would be delivered by the end of the week. The February 24 audit has not been started yet, but they said it would be due in by the end of February. And their ADM has dropped 20% since fiscal year 22. So we have a lack of response in audit findings and a declining ADM.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But with regard to their overall finances, I guess we don't know because we haven't got these reports in. Is that right? Like in terms of where they're at?
Correct. We have not been able to get financial statements either through their audit firm, which they haven't had secured, or from the school themselves. In fiscal year 22, they had a fund balance of 246,821, so not a very high fund balance. And they have their first month ADM was at 177 this year.
Yeah. And this school I see the year opened as 1998. I'm seeing that correctly, right?
Correct.
That's the tough part of this is that you got a school that's met growth or exceeded all 3 of the last years, exceeded in this year that just happened. It's one of those old schools that have been here since 98, which I can't look up their track record. I'm having trouble I don't know why, finding year-over-year data on their report card site. That might be my own issue, unless they've changed their name or something. I don't know. But anyway, and so the stuff we're hearing about, a lot of it is 3, 4, 5 people or a board, an entire board, who aren't doing some basic things. Meanwhile, the things that are happening in the building are on the rise. They've gotten better all 3 years and exceeded growth in this last year. I'd wonder how many points they were from a C. I would assume not too far. So that, I don't know, that's my only pause in this. I understand the stuff that, I mean, it was embarrassing. That conversation a few minutes ago, just listening here was embarrassing. Minutes on the board, minutes on the website, audit reports. I mean, Bruce, you hit it a nail on the head. It's just embarrassing. But there's 210 kids and a staff that's doing better work, and I don't know. That's the conflict I'm having. I'm not saying I won't vote for the motion, but that's the conflict I'm having.
I'm pretty sure. So these comments, if this was a B school with the same financial issues, I'd have real pause about what kind of renewal we would give it. I'm telling you, the operational integrity of this school is just absolutely, in my opinion, questioned.
So Eric, also consider that now they're going to be facing a freeze on the federal cash flow. And then they also said they have their building on the market, which could just raise all kinds of issues that you don't know where that will lead. If their building sells and where the kids would be moved to, and then what's the location, what's the county? I mean, it could raise all kinds of new problems in their future. And with the protracted nature of how they're handling this piece of it, the governance of the school, such as losing their auditor in fall of 2023, and they've just recently contracted with a new one. If it goes that way, it won't go well.
Yeah. Can I just ask 2 questions and then I'm done? I promise. One, how far were they from a C? And 2, I believe Bart might have brought up a minute ago about delaying this. What was the response to that? Delaying this and maybe coming back in a month and reviewing it. What was I think he might have. I could be wrong.
Eric, this is Bruce. Thank you for this question. I think I responded just more out of opinion than maybe based on fact. But when Bart suggested delaying it to see if they can kind of correct these things, I guess my initial comment was, you haven't. Let's be honest. Are they going to have 2 years worth of audits done in the next 30 days? And I find that, maybe I'm wrong. I would find that I'm very skeptical of that. They certainly would not have it done prior to the deadline to file the appeal. I mean, if they're going to file an appeal of any decision we make today, they're going to have to do that within the next 10 days. So I don't think any of these issues are going to be resolved before they would file an appeal.
And let me clarify, when I made, this is Bart Danielson, when I made the comment about a willingness to delay, it's not because I expect to be willing to extend them, give them a 3-year renewal. It's because I want to give them time before they only have 10 days to appeal, and they can't get done what they need to get done in 10 days for whoever's going to hear that appeal. And that would be the only reason I'd be willing to delay. I am not inclined, given the circumstances, I'd have to see something that I don't think I can see in a month. And so I was just concerned about the very abbreviated appeal timeline. That was my only reason for making that comment.
Eric, this is Jenna. They were 5 points away from a C last year.
Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate that.
Okay, roll call.
Can I make a comment? I'm going to vote no, largely because I just feel highly uncomfortable about voting to close schools in my own community. It just feels like I don't have a reason to recuse, but that is a very difficult decision given the context as a collaborative member of that charter community. So that's just providing that rationale and no comment on anything else.
All right. Okay, so this is a motion to non-renew 32C Community School of Digital and Visual Arts made by Dave Machado and seconded by Bart Danielson, utilizing the statutory references of failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management, material violations of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in the charter, and other good cause identified. Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
No, nay.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Nay.
Okay. The motion passes 6-2, and we will send the appeal information to the school.
Okay, thank you. The next one is Kestrel Heights. Any discussion on their placement?
I think they're well placed at a 3-year renewal. I'd make a motion that we renew Kestrel Heights for 3 years.
Second.
We pulled them up here. They're on the screen now, is that correct?
So they were a D, and now a C. And they met, not met, and met. Okay.
We're looking for a second. Is that right?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody did.
I'll second if we need a second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none. Ashley, you want to vote?
This is a 3-year renewal motion for Kestrel Heights School 32D. Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay. All right. That's unanimous for Kestrel.
Okay, the next one is Achievement Charter Academy.
I'll make a motion that we grant Achievement Charter Academy a 3-year renewal.
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Are there any discussion? They were an F not met, a D and met, and an F and not met. And they are 13 points below in comparability. Are there any
I
other
would
discussion?
also point out in the last 2023, 2024, they were below in every subgroup as well.
Todd, you turned down, you got any discussion?
I've left it on. Certainly, I agree with that observation, Bart. But in all other things, we've not questioned anything the school's doing with financial compliance or governance compliance. This is a school that was opened in 2020, and this is their first renewal. We all know what 2020 was like. I think that we would be doing them a disservice to not offer them a 3-year.
Thank you. Good points. No further discussion. Ashley?
This is a motion for a 3-year renewal for Achievement Charter Academy 43D. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Yeah, thank you. Rising Leaders Academy? They were an F, met, a D, exceeded, a D, and met.
Are folks still there?
I'm still here, but I think it's frozen
Yeah, we
again.
bumped out again. Doggone it.
360K. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, that one passes.
Thank you. Lakeside, we're tabling for further information. United Community School, 61K. I'd like to ask Ms. Bennett another question. You mentioned that they defaulted on a small business loan.
Yes.
Does that concern you?
Yes, when payments were only $600 a month and $7,000 a year, it does concern me that they would have defaulted on that loan.
Have they given you any indication why they're disputing it, or do you know?
They just said that they have lost track of those payments with change in personnel. It's not, it's small dollars, but it could be a big indicator. As I've stated before, we do monitor. For us, every school is a 1-year school in finance. And so we will be closely monitoring the school. Expenses are exceeding revenues. We're happy to follow up if you want to table the school till February and try to obtain additional information if you'd like.
I would make a motion to table them.
Okay, we have a motion to table this one till next month for further clarification from FPS. I have a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ashley?
Okay, this is a motion to table United Community Schools 61K for for DPI to gather more information. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, passes.
Thank you. Wilmington Preparatory Academy.
This is Mr. Friend. I'll make a motion that we grant Wilmington Preparatory Academy a 3-year renewal.
Have a motion, a second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Hey, Ashley?
Okay, this is a motion for a three-year renewal for Wilmington Preparatory Academy 65B. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, passes.
Wilmington School of the Arts.
I would make a motion that we grant them a 5-year renewal. Much like another school that we're gonna look at, there's been a significant turnaround by a significantly good leader come in. They went from an F to a C and came out of low performing, and I think their momentum is going in the right direction. And a 5-year renewal would help support that.
It's a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second Eric Sanchez.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Just,
Yeah, they're
just,
currently a C school right now, correct? And exceeded growth. Yeah.
just a clarification that they are out of continually performing or we anticipate next year being out of it.
Yeah, they're not low performing. So next year they would be not CLP, if assuming that they're not low performing next year.
Okay.
So it looks like the data would qualify them for a 5-year. They're not LP and they haven't exceeded or met 2 out of the 3. They're financially compliant.
Yeah, they were placed at 3 because they're currently continually low performing, but that's just because of the way that designation works. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move them to a 5-year placement. No other discussion. Ashley?
Okay, 65H Wilmington School of the Arts for a 5-year renewal term. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, passes.
Okay, Southern Wake Academy.
This is Bruce. I'll make a motion that we grant Southern Wake Academy a 3-year renewal.
I would second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second for a 3-year placement for Southern Wake. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ashley?
Okay. This is for 92P Southern Wake Academy, a 3-year renewal. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Passes.
Next one is Haliwa-Saponi Tribal School. There was some conversation about tabling them. I'd like to make a motion that we vote to non-renew.
What was the discussion about tabling them? I think that's when we got bumped off. Why would we table them potentially? Why would we table them?
I think we thought they were on the list of no audit, but they actually have an audit provided, so that was a mistake.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second to non-renew. Any comments, discussion?
Yes, this is Bart Danielson. The big issue with this school is it is performing poorly, quite poorly. And that makes it difficult to vote to renew. Nevertheless, I'm not inclined to close this school. And the reason is, when I look at the other public schools in that county, the elementary schools, the other elementary schools, there are 3 of them. And in 2002, 2003, 2004, what you see is F, 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 F. One of the elementary schools is FDD. The growth scores for this school actually exceed those of the public schools there. If we close this school, those children have to go somewhere. And the options that they have to go to, it's not obvious to me, are as good as the one they're in right now. Now, one of the things I feel like as a board, we're very concerned, and appropriately so. We're concerned in part because we're asked to monitor, sort of govern charter schools. We're concerned about the charter school brand. And this school does nothing for our brand. It is not a school that makes charter schools look good. But the public school brand, the public schools do nothing for the public school brand. The traditional public schools in that county do nothing for their brand either. And so my inclination is, it's not clear these students have any place else to go that is better, and they're maintaining their student head count. There's something about this school that the community is supportive of, and I'm very reluctant to vote not to extend this school that, admittedly, it doesn't look good, but when I look at the alternatives, they don't look any better. Frankly, that was one of the things that when I look at when we voted to consider closing a school that was in Durham, Durham has a lot of options. Some of them are good, some of them aren't good, but they've got a lot of options. Up here, there just aren't very many options. And so in some of these rural counties where the options are really, really bad, there need to be some options. And even if it's not I would never send my kid to this school, but I wouldn't send my kid to any of the traditional public schools in that county either. And so I'm not going to, I won't be able to vote for non-renewal.
I agree with what you're saying. However, when we talked about, I mean, there's still almost 12 points lower than the LEA, almost 25 for Hispanic and almost 30 for Native American. So as bad as it says that there are only other schools around them, as bad as it sounds that they're F schools, if there's a way to say it, they're a worse F school. I know that's not the right way to say it, but
But I guess my response to that would be, if I had a child in the traditional public school there that was doing poorly, I was looking for some other alternative, I am likely to pull them out and send them to a charter school. So a charter school is likely, if they don't get them in kindergarten, what they're likely to get are, in some cases, kids that don't seem to be performing well in the school that they're in. And so they disappear from, so when we look at growth, this school exceeds growth for all of the elementary schools in that county. All right. But maybe they have some fourth and fifth graders showing up that were really doing badly in the traditional public school, and that's why they've left. And I'm concerned for them. Not as I say, I certainly understand why we look at this school and say it's not performing well.
What's the total number of students?
145 when we interviewed them.
We know their annual churn rate, their attrition. Do we ask them that? How many students are leaving each year? A lot of times schools like this have a high churn rate of like 25% of their kids.
Especially in high school.
Especially in high school.
I would note that I think everybody who has spoken so far is right. There certainly is data and justification to say we've given them a long time and this is where we still are. But for me, that growth performance last year is enough of a glimmer of hope that I think I would not vote to close them.
I think I just come back to my earlier point that I've seen this story before with Haliwa-Saponi. And I think I know where I can see it in the next 5 years. I think it's just a matter of if we're comfortable with this being the story of a small school, really small school that is probably never going to exceed 30% proficiency, may meet growth some years, and is serving a purpose in the community, then we should give them a 10. I'm not like, we should literally just give them a 10 and say, have at it. Because this is going to be the same story every year for the next 3 years, and then we don't have to talk to them every 3 years.
If you look at it strictly legislatively, according to the criteria, if they weren't low performing, they meet the 5-year at being comparable to the LEA. They have been 2 out of 3. And they've met growth 1 out of 3. So that would come within the 5, except for the fact that for 3 years they've been low performing and continuing low performing. And for 3 years they've been in F school. And some areas are significantly below the LEA, as we pointed out in their discussion with them. And I think the more difficult piece is the fact that it's part of the culture of that community, that they are an entity that's maybe more about inculcating the culture and the American Indian family and community. And it makes it more difficult to close. But this would be their 4th 3-year renewal. And we know that's because, as Alex said, that the performance doesn't merit any higher. So it's a 3-year every time. So again, because they are low performing and continual low performing, they don't qualify for the 5-year. They do in the 3-year based strictly on that data. So the legislature doesn't give us beyond that. They have the audits. They don't have compliance now, but they did. They have that academic outcome. So it's somewhat subjective and a judgment based on history and experience, which is what I hear you saying, Alex. The history of this specific school, not just in general, but saying this school, this is the story.
I think I just agree. see the points, and I just want to make sure I mentioned about subjectivity. I don't think I'm being subjective. I'm like, the data is really clear. Consistently, it has been the same thing. Different leaders, ups and downs, but always below a certain level for the last 10 years. That is the data. The best predictor of future performance is not past, but it is not what you come up here and say at that podium. It's what you've done for years and years and years. So I think, to me, this then just becomes a philosophical discussion around, do we believe there are schools that are kind of grandfathered in with or providing this really niche service, almost like an alternative school, that we're going to say they're here to do this service, and we're comfortable with that in this current context. I'm almost, if that to me is almost like a different conversation. But if I want to be looking at schools that have been around for a really long time, over what is the long-term results and what is the value add, not just in this community, but also how does that impact the perspective of the charter sector and what it is we're doing. Because while I don't think just being as good as the LEA, that's the floor, but yeah, so I just trying to explain my rationale.
Can I ask, has enrollment, I know somebody said this before, I'm gonna just verify. Enrollment has stayed consistent?
Yeah, it's pretty steady. It took a dip 2 years ago, but then it's been coming back up. It was down 3%, down 9%, and now up 5%.
This is a tough one, as was the last one. I seem to think that the 3 points that are being made are all true, which is that these guys are back every 3 years, and I've been with the board for a while, and they seem to always be here. And that the performance does not give you any type of reassurance that it's going to punch through the ceiling at any time soon, if ever. I seem to agree with Bart that that there is something that they're offering and why their enrollment is staying consistent. And then the point Rita made about about their cultural value, I think that maybe even higher their performance. I know that what Alex said is true, that does that mean this is a different judgment or they're grandfathered in? I don't know any of this. I really don't, but I don't think I'm at a place right now where I can close down a school that does seem in a rural area to be adding some value, and that the families feel like it is, and that does provide an alternative to a struggling district.
And I hear what each of you are saying, and Alex, and I do think there is some subjectivity there, because there's a legislative requirement and they meet that bar. That's where after that, the subjectivity comes in. We say, however, we think 4 3-year renewals are just too much, or it indicates to future performance. So we make that decision that that legislative bar is not high enough, and we want it to be stronger than that for a 3-year renewal. And there's so much of me that I don't really like that either. I don't like the performance, and I'm not defending it. But legislatively, they meet the bar, and they meet, as you said, it's almost like a niche need in that community and in that culture that really requires close deliberation and examination before we just close it, because we're tired of them coming back every 3 years.
Yeah, and I think I was saying subjectivity. I feel like that word has like a negative connotation. I don't know what the right word, like flexibility, or like, considering other data points that are, I would say qualitative is the right. So like, what is the quantitative criteria? What is the qualitative? Again, I can support maintaining the school if, with the understanding, I don't think you're not voting for the school to come back in 3 years and, as Eric said, punch through the ceiling or really have any really dramatically different data. I will also call out, so as long as we're in agreement that that's not, we give some schools 1 year, 3 year stipulations, with the expectation you come back and you show us this or you're going to close them, we shouldn't be saying that to them because the data suggests that we are not going to close the school. If any school should be closed statistically, they would fall in that category, I think, after this long. But also the amount that they're underperforming, I still don't understand. We're talking about their focus area, but they're still dramatically underperforming for the American Indian population. Isn't that why the school exists? Am I confused? Isn't that like that kind of what makes me wonder, well, yes, they hit growth a little more than the school district, but with the population that they exist to serve, the niche target, they're well below how the district does. Is that right?
So this is Bart Danielson again. Let me say that in terms of the data, I do think I would feel differently about this school if not only if their growth numbers were also lower than the alternatives. So there is you have to look deep to find the nugget of data that is supportive. I acknowledge that. I will acknowledge that. But if one looks deep, they can find that nugget, which is that they're growing more than the alternatives. And that requires a comparison to the other schools in the area, which is not all we have is the average for the county, but that's not great, obviously. But so yeah, I would say it's not all the data is bad. The vast majority of the data is bad. And then I think Mr. Godby made the observation that you've got this one recent piece of data, and to some extent, I think if that weren't there, then I would feel differently. Because I acknowledge that life would be easier for everybody on this board and for the Office of Charter Schools if schools like this, if we went ahead and closed them instead of having them come back every 3 years.
Am I right that their composite score dropped from last year, from the year before last to this year, 23 to 24? Is that correct? Drop pretty.
From a
29 to
23.9 to a 17.6.
23.9, yeah. So when you're sitting at 17%, I don't know how hard making growth is. And when can we get back up just a little bit? I'm sorry. There it is. I mean, your F.
Yeah, this is Bruce, and this is a hard one, as Eric said. And I think Alex is correct. If this were just about purely looking at data, I think the answer is before us. But it's more than that. There is certainly this very, very strong cultural aspect here, community aspect that, I'll speak for myself, I don't know that I fully understand, but do have an appreciation for how important this school is for the tribal community there. I felt good about the leader that was here today. And yes, glimmer of hope, Bart, the growth compared to Warren County seems to be better. The record shows I just voted to close a school, but that had better academic performance than this one, but also had, in my opinion, just complete lack of governance and oversight. And I do commend this board too. They listen. I felt like they listened to us from November to today and made some changes or addressed some concerns that we had raised in November. That sounds like they're not on any kind of non-compliance issues. This is a really difficult one. Yeah.
Okay. No other discussion? Ashley will vote. The motion is to close, correct?
Yes, but you need to add to your motion the statutory reasons you are moving to non-renew.
Did we get a second?
Yes, I have Dave motioning and Alex seconding.
Thank you. I didn't hear that.
Other good cause identified, very low academic performance. Okay. That's all.
I believe that's covered under number one.
Number one, okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay. All right, this is a motion to non-renew, non-renew Haliwa-Saponi Tribal School 93A. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
was that an aye?
Aye, sorry.
Rita Hare,
Nay.
Dave Machado,
Yes.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
Bart Danielson,
Nay.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, the motion does not pass. It's for, it's 4-4. Does not pass.
Okay, do we want to table this one? Because
What
the reason we're talking about, or someone want to make a motion to so does this mean that they get a 3-year by that last vote?
No, it means unless somebody makes a motion that passes, it means nothing.
I would make a motion to offer them a 3-year renewal.
Okay, we have a motion. Second. Got a second? I'll ask for discussion. I think we did a pretty good job earlier.
I guess it's possible people change their vote. Otherwise, we're just going to be at 4-4 again.
We don't have the option. We don't have the option for one. Is that correct?
I mean, you could add stipulations. But there's no, we do not have a 1-year term.
Stipulations just put more work on OCS, so I would not recommend doing that. Yeah. So we have a motion, I think a second for a 3-year. There's a motion. Did we get a second? Okay.
Is there any, someone mentioned tabling, which I guess I would defer means next month. I guess I would ask my fellow members, is there anything that you want to learn or dig deeper into over the next month before casting?
I think the only difference that would be next month is who are we missing?
Right.
John?
John.
It was
Steve and
John
Hilda.
and Stephen and
Stephen
Hilda.
and Hilda.
So that would be the difference to wait, is to see.
And I think time
To get
I think
another
with
vote.
everyone sitting here, as you deliberate about it, over time, you may settle down onto something, a vote you feel better about.
Can I also say this? I'm not aware that of historically how many charter schools Warren County has had. But we did just approve one. And another one in a nearby county in Vance. And I guess I'm just wondering whether the kind of sort of, for lack of better phrases, free market world will take care of itself in the next couple of years, and that when they come up in their 3rd year, it just may take care of itself. Give them a chance to compete or give them a chance to non-exist. I don't know. That's just a thought.
Does Todd's motion fail? Did it have a second?
It has a second, so you guys needed to vote on it or
Or he could resend it.
All right.
Well, he could resend it or,
Todd's not rescinding his motion.
okay, that's fine. So you said we have 3 people who are not here today that are not voted, haven't voted on this. Is that correct?
No, I think we got a motion on the table and it was properly second. My only other discussion is we let the free market system work. I am all for that, but we're using house taxpayer dollars for a free market system. That makes a big difference, but totally respect your comment. So let's vote. Ashley?
Okay, this is a motion for a 3-year renewal for Haliwa-Saponi 93A. Bruce Friend,
Nay.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Nay.
Alex Quigley.
Nay.
Okay, this one passes 5-3. So
I'm back, kids.
All right, the next one is Cardinal Chart, which I'm recusing, so Mr. Quigley will lead this discussion.
Well, so I think in my notes from earlier, I had this school as a potential 5. Because of the performance in this past year, we saw a pretty significant turnaround in the amount of money that's been the support that this school has gotten financially. Just kind of very impressed with the principal. So that was the only thought there. But obviously the 2 years before that are a challenge. And so I think it comes into question, it's back to this discussion of how much to the 2 prior years and leader transition, how big of an impact do they make and how fast of an impact. So yeah. Still well below the local LEA. That said, outperforming LEA in terms of their subgroups.
Yeah, just for last year.
Just last year.
Yeah, in my notes on this, I had put 3 or 5 as well. But as I look at it and we go through the things that we've talked about today, I don't know that they're from a D to a better D, and reducing student count pretty significantly for the last few years. I don't know that it's compelling enough that I would vote to move it out of the 3-year category.
Sorry, were they a D the last 2 years? Is that correct?
Last 3.
They've been a D the last 3. 47, 42, 54.
Okay. So our top bullet here, school saw a great amount of growth in 23-24 school year and moved from an F to a D, 1 point away from a C. So that's incorrect.
It's a D and a D, but 1 point away from a C is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I remember their presentation. They're clearly on a positive trajectory. Academically, the ADM has declined. Again, I always look at the legislative criteria. They meet the criteria for the 3-year. They don't meet the legislative criteria for a 5-year unless we want to make an exception, which I just would caution that we be consistent. If we determine that a school has made such great gains, that there would be an exception. We need to keep that in mind as we look at every other school. So I'm comfortable where they are placed. I know they were 1 point from a C. They've dropped the low performing. So all of this is so positive and good, but they are in the correct place according to the criteria that we follow for renewal.
Yeah, they seem to be on a very positive upswing, but when I'm looking here, they're relative to their subgroup comparability. They're behind in a number of areas, although it might have been worse in the past. So I'm very hopeful for this school, but I'm not sure I see anything that would be compelling about raising them up. So I would move that we grant the school a 3-year renewal.
Was that a motion?
That's a motion.
I would second.
Any further discussion? Okay. This is a motion for a 3-year for Cardinal 93T. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare. Aye. Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, that passes.
Okay, the next one is Dillard Academy.
I would make a motion that we grant them a 3-year renewal.
I'll second.
Okay. A motion properly second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. Ashley?
Okay, this is a 3-year renewal vote for 96C Dillard Academy. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare. Okay. Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, that passes.
Does anybody else need a break? We go, keep going. Keep going. Okay.
Got it.
All right. Movement?
Yeah. We tabled movement.
We tabled movement. Okay. Bethany Community?
I think they're in the 3-year. I'm not sure what I was thinking. I think just because they were comparable to the LEA, but 3 years not met growth, I think it's hard to justify, even if you're comparable, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I would agree, Alex. I too put 3 or 5 here, but as I'm looking today at the data, I would stay at 3.
I have, when a school is comparable to the community, I have difficulty not viewing that as at least adequate. And a 3-year renewal to some extent handicaps the school, makes it more difficult for them financially. For example, I'd be comfortable making this a 5-year, but obviously I don't think it's a shoe-in by any means.
I would be too. I think they're 4 points above the LEA. This has been a school that's been around for quite a while. I think they certainly deserve a 5.
I'm confused. We're using the word deserve, which is kind of like earned, and they've not met growth in 3 years. They've literally not, according to the standards of the state, they have not grown children at an adequate level in 3 years. I just don't see the argument for it. But again, that's just me.
What are their previous renewals been?
2 10-years and 1 5-year.
They've not met growth, but their proficiency has increased every year. They've gone from a D to a C. They've dropped to low performing status, and they're comparable to the district the last 2 years. It's one of those small communities with not a lot of charter schools.
I'd be interested in what that suggests for your numbers to be increasing, but you're not meeting growth. I'd be I don't want to make any assumptions, but I'd be interested in what that actually suggests. Because it doesn't, on face value, it sounds counterintuitive.
This school is not low performing and it's a C right now. I think they definitely deserve a 5 for being a C. I'm disappointed that they have not met growth 3 straight years, but they are a C school and but they need to be rewarded for that.
I would make a motion for a 5-year renewal.
I'll second that. All right. Any more discussion?
So I'm looking at their data right now on the report card. I've not taken a deep enough dive. This past year, there were 2 points, I think it was, from growth. But in the previous year, in the previous 2 that are on record here, they were 12 points in 22, and in 23, 16. Like you got to grow kids according to the algorithms we have, and people have even made statements in these deliberations to say, you know, you should be making growth if you're at certain levels, or you should make it in one of the last 3 years, or you should, like, it's 3 years and 2 out of the 3 they were double digits away from growth. No, I think you got to earn it. So I can't support the motion.
So this is Bart Danielson, and I'm a instructor at NC State University, a professor at NC State, and there are classes that I've had in the past where there was more than one way a student could earn a grade. In fact, you got the lower of your grade in 2 different assignments. That was your course grade. If you did really well in one thing but did badly in the other, you got a bad grade. But so I think you can have more than one path, and that's we have more than one path here. We've got schools that are achieving success because they're exceeding growth consistently. But yeah, I'm comfortable if a school is doing better than the county that it's in, saying, you know, that school is performing adequately. And on the other hand, if they're not doing as well as the county on their performance score, but they're achieving higher growth, I'm willing to say, well, that school is too. So the fact that, so basically, I'm willing to give schools the benefit of the doubt if they meet one of 2 criteria, and I'm not, you know, obviously not everybody's going to have that view, but I don't see that as an inconsistent view. To say I'm going to evaluate you on what you do best, not on what you do worst.
I appreciate that scenario. That's good. You got a school again it's a C school, and it's performing 4 points higher than the district. I'd say if I'm a parent in that school, I'd want my child to go there.
Yes. All right, here we go. This is a motion for a 5-year renewal for Bethany Community School 79A. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes 6-2.
Okay, the last one is Southeast Raleigh Charter.
I had this one in my notes as one that we might want to consider going more than 3 years. I think that was based on going from a F to a C, as well as the growth indicators being on the positive side. And then also making very positive gains around proficiency compared to the LEA as well, specifically in the 23-24 school year. I thought they presented very well and a strong case for possibly being more than a 3, but I may be alone in that. I don't know if anyone else had the same notes as I do.
No, I 100% agree. And I think if this was a D and growth, I may not be there, but you're seeing that they have put in the right tools to not only have met growth the last 3 years, but that's not the point. The point is the third year where they took this giant leap to skip D to go to C, exceeded, and probably, I don't know their growth numbers according to the state, but they probably are in the like top 10 percentile or something crazy with the growth that they had this last year. They have a leader who's committed and it's been good. They came up in front of us and said that, and then they have a great supporting cast as well. So I wish there was more data. I wish they were one more year away, because then I could probably try to encourage us to think about a 7. But given that it's just 1 year of that level of data, it probably only justifies a 5 at this time. So I'd make a motion that they move to a 5-year, that RISE moves to a 5-year renewal.
I'll second that, Bruce.
You have a motion. Did I hear a second?
Yes, Bruce seconds that.
Okay.
So they would be applicable for a 7, except for being on CLP, correct?
Yeah, because they're not comparable to the LEA in any of the 3 years.
This is Jenna. Because they met growth in all 3 years, met or exceeded growth in all 3 years, the guidelines would state that they would be eligible except for the continually low performing status for a 7-year.
But they are eligible for a 5-year, Jenna.
No, so they're placed at a 3-year because they're on the continually low performing status. And they're at that CLP status because the previous 2 years they were low performing, but they were not low performing this year because they were at a C and exceeded growth. So taking away that CLP status, they would meet the guidelines for a 7-year. But because of the CLP status, they're at the 3-year placement.
One of the notes that I made, and I don't know if anyone else did or made, was that 40% of their teachers are licensed teachers. Does anyone else have that? And how do we square that when we require 50?
That's something that does come up in the audit, and we work with the schools and monitor it, but there's really not there's, other than monitoring it and perhaps putting them on governance non-compliance, if they aren't making efforts to improve that, there's not really a stick, so to speak. And I mean, we've seen from them an effort to try to get more certified teachers, but like a lot of schools, we're just seeing serious challenges with staffing.
This school, well, they're not comparable to the LEA. The LEA is a big LEA and quite diverse. The part of the LEA that they are in, I wouldn't be surprised if they're quite comparable to. This is the toughest part of the county in terms of performance by not just charter schools but schools in general. And so we don't have that data in front of us, but there's every reason to believe that the parents in this community are very thankful they have this as an option. They're 1.5 miles from a school that had a murder in it last year in the cafeteria. So their criteria beyond what we see on this piece of paper that would cause people, even for non-academic reasons, to perhaps prefer to be here.
Can I ask a clarifying question? When we look at their data, so if they had one more year of non-low performing, they'd be off low performing, right? Like if they do well in the testing this year. Is that right?
Correct. They
Right.
need 2 years of non-low performance to get off CLP.
And then when you look at last year's results, not last year, 2 years ago, how I always forget, what is low performing again? And what's the actual definition of it?
D or an F and not met or met.
And how far were they from a C or D or F? Oh, okay. Well then no. Then they had 2 Fs. All right, then I'll stay with my motion.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think of all the schools that we interviewed in the renewal process, I might have been most impressed with their time before us. I do agree with Eric. I think that I would stick with the 5. The only thing that's keeping me from saying 7 is let's see these positive trends that we saw between 23 and 22, 23 and 23, 24 grow over the next 5 years.
Yeah, I think of it like kind of these renewals, and probably haven't been saying this enough, but would you give this board and leadership a new charter if they came before us? That new charter is 5 years. Feel like I definitely would, seeing how that board and knowing the leader personally and the impact that he's having, as long as they keep that leadership team intact, I think we're going to see pretty exceptional results. So,
And actually, that's why my one reservation is that in terms of a longer, and I'm happy to vote for 5 years, but this seems to be very key man dependent. And I'd like to see them grow to the point where they're not dependent upon the leadership of a single individual to keep them meeting growth or exceeding growth. So that frightens me a little bit, that it turned around with one guy for 1 year, and I'm betting he's going to be in demand by some other schools before long.
Let me ask one more clarifying question, I promise. If they had exceeded growth 2 years ago, would that have changed where they were possibly recommended or what they're eligible for on the framework?
Yes, because if they had exceeded growth 2 years ago, then they would not be CLP this year because they would have not been low performing that year.
So I want people to hear that, because if we remember the presentation, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, they were 0.2 away from exceeding growth 2 years ago. Which means the trajectory was upward even then. I'll stick with the motion of a 5. If I thought it had support, I'd change it to a 7, because I just think that the school's on that path. I'm not sure I'm hearing that from the board right now. But I'd be fine with that as well.
We may be the Lone Ranger, Eric, but I would support a 7 as well for this school.
Could you scroll down to the subgroup data again so I can look at that year?
This is a question for the office, and this may be unorthodox, but would we not have the ability to grant them a 5 and then a year from now, 2 years from now, extend that? Do we have to wait to the end of the renewal period?
I don't know.
I would want Mr. Walker to weigh in on that.
You'd be having schools,
Yeah.
like apply for renewal every.
Yeah, we have a rolling renewal process.
Right.
Well, we have the ability to revoke a charter anytime we feel it's necessary. We don't have to wait to the renewal period for that to be implemented if we felt that, the death penalty was warranted. So I guess I'm asking the reverse. Can we not go in and positively increase someone's renewal if we felt that it was warranted to do so?
Bruce, I had the same question. Can you put stipulations that suggest that if they're off low performing after the results come in from this year, that they would automatically go to a 7, and if they're not, they stay at a 5? Like, is there Is there some type of stipulation that can be put in for that? I had the same thoughts.
That would require some drafting change to the charter that they sign, beyond what's just standard. The only requirement in the statute is that at least one time before the expiration of their charter, you review the operations of the charter school, to see if they're meeting the expected academic, financial, and governance standards. So you have to do it one time between. I know y'all do it a lot more than that. So I can't say legally, no, you can't do that. It's up to y'all to decide the wisdom of it.
That sure would open up a lot of unintended consequences too. Todd, your motion was for a 5. Are you going to stick with that motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a second. We've had a lot of discussion. Let's go ahead and vote.
All right, this is a motion for a 5-year charter renewal for Rise Southeast Raleigh 93J.
I'm sorry, just kind of point of order here. It was my motion.
Yes, I have Eric making the motion and Bruce seconding.
And I think I don't know how to do this. Legal could tell me, but I'd rather revise it and put the motion for the 7. If it doesn't go through, then I'm sure somebody will make the motion for the 5.
You can withdraw your motion and make a new motion.
I will withdraw my motion and I'll make the motion that Rise is a 7-year renewal instead. Did I do that right?
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Eric, I'd like some clarification on your justification for that, if you don't mind.
I think Bart's point is real, that this has historically been in a tough place, this school, in terms of location, in terms of a lot of the different metrics, not just results, but also the fact that they are serving a struggling population. I believe when Dawn came in, it was in the middle of COVID, and it took a little bit to get this back on its feet. And with the new leader, so it's not just one leader. Dawn is the other leader that's been there for several years. The new leader that's come in, that's added some of the expertise regarding content, is fairly new, but I have every reason to believe he's committed as well. The results speak for themselves, and again, it would feel even more justified if they had the 0.2 2 years ago and exceeded growth. But to me, that's just so small of an amount that I'm willing to almost give that 0.2 and say that they should be a 7.
Okay, thank you.
All right, can we vote?
Do we have a discussion period? We had a motion and a second. Is the motion for a 7-year?
Mhm.
Okay, so I just want to pose the question. This past year, they made great strides. And I clearly see, I wrote in my own original notes, why not a 5-year? I just want to put this out there. If I told you I have a school that was an F school 2 out of 3 years, continually low performing 3 out of 3 years, and currently performing 26 points below the LEA for white population and 12 points below the LEA for 2 or more races, would you give that school a 7-year renewal?
I would.
Okay. That's sort of where my thinking is, and I know the motions have been made back and forth. I saw it going to a 5, but I didn't see it going to a 7, so I just want to throw that out there in the discussion period.
Well, I also think that's an odd way to phrase it, right? Like, the other way to phrase it is they're 0.2 away from exceeding growth last year. They exceeded this year. They went from an F to a C, which is, we rarely ever see that. They're probably the highest growth, the highest performing of this bunch, if not right there, of the entire 3-year renewal group. And we put a lot of stock. I tend not to in terms of presentations, but I thought we were all, I don't want to speak for everybody here, I'll speak for myself, blown away by their presentation when they came. And so, yeah, I do think it's weird to go from a 3 to a 7, and I realize that, and that's why I was reluctant to do it. But if you're going to kind of test those waters to see that, or try something that you think would work, that you think fits this group, that fits one specific group, just like the last vote. The last vote, Bart said that we can't judge it based on one thing. We got to judge it what's the best. Well, these guys met growth or exceeded all the last years. So if we're going on one metric, similar to what we did in the last vote, and we go by the presentation, and we go by the current data and the current leadership, and then to me, it checks more boxes than we usually say. So that's why I thought it was an outlier.
I will say that this is Bart Danielson, that Eric's grace in saying I would curve up for that 0.2 points, that I feel the same way. I hadn't really observed that, but they were very close to exceeding growth in the last 2 years. And so I'm a little less nervous in granting 7 years than I otherwise would have been.
Number 2 in growth of all charter schools and 10th in growth for all schools in Wake County.
Oh my gosh.
So I agree with these things that you've observed, and the presentation was great. The school is on a positive trajectory. We measure all schools on 3 years of data. And so that's all I'm bringing out. And if we look back at every school to see how many points were they away from being a better school, having a better score, then that seems equitable. But to take this school and say, well, 2 years ago, if they had been 2 points higher, they would have been, well, then let's do that with all the votes. I'm just trying to be consistent and look at 3 years of data, but I don't want to detract any from the school and their performance. It is pretty remarkable.
I'm going to support this motion out of respect to the school, but I have a real problem if one of our metrics is the presentation. We've had a lot of excellent presentations over the course of renewal discussions that I was extremely impressed with, and I'm thinking, well, let's do it, guys. But I will support the motion out of respect to the school and the leader. But I'm a little uncomfortable if that's a metric with that. So can we vote?
Okay, this is a motion on the table for a 7-year renewal term for Rise Southeast 93J. Bruce Friend. Bruce, are you still with us or did we lose you?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Rita Hare,
Nay.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, it passes 6-2. Wow, congratulations. That was a lot.
Thank you, board. We're going to take a 10-minute break because we have one more application, but I just want to commend this first OCS for a great job, FBS for your help, and then the board for excellent conversations, very objective conversations. So thank you very much. Take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Come back at 2:30.
I know. Yeah, we did 30 minutes. Every year we never.
Hey, sorry, this was the first break that we got.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go ahead and leave. I'm getting some stuff on mom and then I want this to the hospital.
Okay.
We actually,
finish our last item. Emily, welcome back.
All right. Good afternoon. So today we will hear from our final applicant for the 2024 charter application cycle. We had a total of 12 applicants, completed applicants. In November, you asked that Legacy Traditional Schools seeking to open in Forsyth County come back for a second round interview. And Legacy, you can leave it there. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Legacy has a 6-member board. April Broadway has been the primary contact, as was the EMO representative, Mr. Mark Moderson. In a moment, we will call them forward to begin the second round interview. Today is an abbreviated interview. It's 50 minutes in nature, so just a shortened intro statement from the board, and then a abbreviated closing statement. There were 7 follow-up questions that you had for the board. They have provided all of that to you, and all that's been submitted and is on eBoard. Just to recap, Legacy Traditional does propose to partner with Vertex Education LLC, and this network of schools currently operates 225 schools across 14 states, mainly in Texas, Nevada, and Arizona. We can go to the next slide. And so we introduced these slides during their first interview, but this is just typically what we ask that the applicants have understanding of when they enter into agreements with management organizations. So this is just typical due diligence. And we reviewed that on the first interview. And so just to kind of recap a word about Forsyth County, as the census data, most recent census data shows that Forsyth County is home to approximately 383,000 people, with persons under 5, persons under 18, and persons 65 and over on par with the statewide percentages. It appears that Forsyth County has a higher percentage of Hispanic and Black residents relative to the rest of the state. And so with that being said, Legacy Traditional proposes to open in Forsyth County. Part of their second round question kind of outlined their facility plans, the $40 million project that they've outlined, their hard and soft costs for you all. There were questions relative to their curriculum and academic plans, and so they have provided response for you there as well. You have their mission statement along with their total enrollment projections. They are a fully K-8 school serving 1,200 students by year 5, which is their full capacity. And they will participate in the National School Lunch Program, contract out for bus services, and utilize a weighted lottery. And so at this time, we can go ahead and call up Ms. April Broadway, again, a 6-member board here. At the time of the application, there were 5 members. They've added Carrie Crutchfield to round out and make this a 6-member board. But at this time, we can go ahead and allow Legacy Traditional to come up and make their introduction.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day, but we are extra excited. And we are here again. And I want to just express our gratitude for the second opportunity to speak with the Charter School Review Board. And for the record, my name is April Broadway. I am a member of the Legacy Traditional Schools North Carolina Board. And I'm here with my fellow board members once more in support of our public charter school application. Several individuals as well from Vertex Education, our proposed EMO, is also with us today. We come before you today as a follow-up from our initial interview, very eager to answer any remaining questions about Legacy's application, as well as to share our continued excitement for the possibilities that the public charter school will provide to the students and families of Winston-Salem. As I am sure you're aware, we provided written responses to the follow-up questions we received from the CSRB. I do want to briefly speak to 2 topics that were the focus of the questions that you sent. First, during our interview last month, the CSRB had several questions about the entity involved in the Legacy Charter School application. We, the Legacy Charter School Governing Board, have proposed to contract with Vertex Education, which is a management organization that successfully operates schools in Arizona, Nevada, and Texas. Our board is a nonprofit entity, and upon authorization will be the charter holder with the CSRB. Vertex is a management organization for the Legacy Traditional School model. The board has chosen to replicate this public school model through its contract with Vertex Education because we believe that this model can be highly impactful for students and families, offering a proven model and a high quality of choice. Secondly, I want to clarify for the record that no member of the current board anticipates being hired by the school as an employee, nor do any of us anticipate serving as a contracted employee of the school. The board also intends to fill our remaining board seat with a parent and not a Vertex employee. The board will never have a Vertex employee as a governing board member, and collectively, we look forward to continuing to serve as volunteer board members, focusing on our mission of providing all students with the opportunity to achieve academic excellence. In closing, I want to reiterate that there remains strong community interest and demand for the school. Since our interview in November, LTS of North Carolina has hosted another virtual parent interest night, and in total, we now have shy of 900 prospective students on our interest list. We believe this high level of interest is due in part to the proven track record of Legacy's model, the unique offerings such as Mozart and Momentum programming, the model's designation as a gap buster by the Credo report, and the lack of current high-quality choice in Winston-Salem. We are also proud to share that as of December, Legacy continues to hold accreditations through Cogna, reinforcing our commitment to excellence and continuing improvement. Thank you so much for providing us with a few minutes to reiterate and reintroduce ourselves. We are so happy to take your questions.
Going to take the lead on this second interview. And just to remind our board members that they were here with us in November. They plan to start as a K-8 with 760 students, ultimately reaching 1,200 student body. And they have a proposed site, I understand, of 12 acres.
That is correct.
Okay, that's still online. So we submitted 7 questions to them to come back and respond to on the second interview. Mrs. Broadway has briefly touched on a couple of those. If you've had a chance to review their responses, which were submitted to us on e-board and in email, let us know now what kind of follow-up do you have and what would you like to hear her address or any of the board members address here with us today?
I just want to acknowledge the input that you put into answering these questions and the detail that you put into answering these questions. I know it was a lot that we sent, but you responded very in depth, and I appreciate the effort that you put in there. I really didn't have any questions. I just really wanted to acknowledge that
Thank
that
you
hard
so
work
much.
is seen.
Thank you.
I would agree, and you were very straightforward where it needed to be straightforward, pretty clear-cut responses as needed.
You know, I love that.
Yes.
Give me the meat. Give me the good stuff.
So I think if maybe you or someone on your board could update us or even just remind us if there have been no changes, because it was a couple of months ago, of the building plans, your progress, your status, and where you see it going in the next 6 to 8 months.
So at this point, we are 1 foot ready to move forward just as soon as we get approval from this wonderful board. We, of course, are staying in contact, and I am going to make sure that You see how I turn around thinking I got backup in there. They're kind of looking at me. But we have, just constantly try to stay in contact to show that we are still interested in the land. So we did let them know that we have a second interview on today. And, as soon as we leave, we can make that phone call for positive.
And it's a build to own arrangement,
Yes.
and you have a financial agreement with Vertex in support of that. Yeah, it's in the contract.
If I remember
Mark?
correctly, or one of your board members from Lincoln County, was that this board that you had a board member from Lincoln or?
No, we have some board members that are in Mecklenburg.
Mecklenburg, that's what I was
Mhm.
saying.
I'm from Gaston.
And yeah.
Close.
Very close,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes. Mark?
Good afternoon, Mark Motorson with Vertex Education. I'm not with the board. Can the question about the facility be restated just to make sure I understand and can respond clearly?
Just an update or even a reminder of where you stand in that and what the specifics are.
Absolutely. So the investigative period for the facility and the parcel expires just over a month from today. And so if the school is authorized, we'll be prepared to move quickly with the board to ensure that we complete that investigative process and can move forward for a successful opening in 2026. And I believe, as you mentioned, but it certainly came up in the prior interview, we are looking at a couple of financing options, including a potential lease so that the board can own the property. And we will explore those options and move forward potentially with the idea of breaking ground in the late spring, early summer, which would keep us on track for a successful opening in August of 26. So hopefully that addresses the question, but we are patiently awaiting the outcome of today's meeting before moving forward further.
Is your model that Vortex will own the building and lease it back, or is your model is you get it up, started, and then you hope that they bond it out and they own it? What is your company's model?
Mark Motorson for the record. So great question. The model is that it would be financed through bonds, and it would be an agreement between the nonprofits, our nonprofit in Arizona, as well as the nonprofit here that Member Broadway just spoke to. So Vertex is not an owner, would not be an owner of the property. Hopefully that helps.
In the budget you submitted, if you remember the day we interviewed you in November, we noted that there were no numbers. There was no budget about the facility. There was nothing provided. Do you have any updated information you could provide in that regard?
Mark Motorson for the record. I have a colleague, Ms. Taylor, who will come up. I think we can certainly speak to specifics if you'd like. I don't know if Ms. Taylor and Member Crutchfield can as well. So if you have specific questions, Member Hare, we can certainly take those.
Nicole Taylor for the record. Yeah. So if the board chooses to have the legacy, right now we're looking at Legacy Chandler. So it is another nonprofit located in Arizona to take out that bond and lease it back to the school. No margin. They're not in it to make anything. We're offering this in this kind of model because our network of schools based out of Arizona is actually investor grade. So they are a BBB- grade, which will drastically help when we take out that bond for a better interest rate, 1 point to 1.5 points, which just helps just the overall financial model, especially when you're starting up, in a new state, that kind of thing. Obviously, this board wants to lease to own, and we would love that transfers to them and they get it off the ground and running. So they would be, the bond has a 2-year capital interest in it. So they would only pay their principal for the first 2 years. And then that goes out. It is a monthly lease payment. Right now, when we did the budget, we were looking at like a 5.8% with 35-year term. So we've done some due diligence to give the board some ideas on what that will look like for them. And then again, upon your approval, they can kind of move forward to make that decision on exactly how they want to work their finances. Do you want to add?
Yeah.
And again, budgeting is my expertise, and my name is Carrie Crutchfield. Budgeting is a series of estimates, but you want to make those estimates as accurate as possible. And until we have enough data to know what the interest rate would be, the term would be, and the actual cost of the school would be, it's hard to make accurate estimates. But we will do our due diligence very quickly if we get approval from the board, and we will add that to the budget.
Question on the, did you say the first 2 years, the school only paid principal only? Is that what I heard?
Well, we capitalize the interest for the first 2 years. So we pay principal only, correct?
Principal.
Yeah, principal only. Yes, that's what I said. Sorry.
Is the interest a forgiven liability, or is it tacked on somewhere else?
It's just tacked on to the back, yes. So that it's
Eligible.
not an upfront. As we grow in enrollment, yeah. And that's how the Arizona schools have all taken out their bonds as well.
Or do you need to negotiate where that's forgiven? I'm sure you're thinking about it.
Absolutely.
This is Mr.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dave. This is Mr. Friend. And I don't have him. I think we asked this question back when you were before us the first time, but I don't have the answer written down. Or we didn't ask it, so I'll ask it now. Has the board secured its own attorney and legal counsel separate from Vertex?
You don't mind. We have actually had discussions with an attorney, especially in relation to reviewing the contract with Vertex, but we have not actually contracted or engaged a board attorney. But that is also one of the first things we plan to do if we are approved by this board.
Thank you for that. Yep.
All right, turn it off. Vertex will not own the building. A Arizona not-for-profit will own the building. Okay. The not-for-profit here, which would be the charter, right? I think ideally they would own the building, but obviously their credit quality isn't what the credit quality is for your Arizona nonprofit. So what we would hope then would be, I say we as in I'm not sure who, I am we. What we would hope would happen then would be that there would be a lease to purchase agreement. So my question is, are there any other schools in this Vertex network that are leasing to purchase right now? Are there any other arrangements? Because those details don't exist yet. And I'm just wondering if there's a model out there that already exists somewhere in your system of a school, a local not-for-profit that is leasing to own another facility.
Nicole Taylor, for the record, no, we do not have any others that lease to own right now. They hold their own bond. We've got them to that investor graded of the BBB-. And so this is just an option for them. They can clearly go out to get their own bond.
Okay, so the other schools you have then actually, and I'm not suggesting all of them, but you have schools that aren't leasing to own because they've actually purchased and they're paying off the mortgage themselves.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And that's not really an option here because they aren't bond worthy.
No, that's not at all. They can certainly go out to do their own bond. We were just looking internally as support that if we did this lease to own, we could bring down their financials quite a bit by having kind of that lease to own agreement up front so that the interest rate is lower.
So they will have the option, I presume, if they choose if they receive a charter here, they'll have an option to directly finance that.
Correct. Yes.
As well.
Yes.
Okay.
Has the board looked to see if there's a penalty to pay it off early and so you guys can actually own it?
That would be something I would be very interested in, and then something that our board, I'm sure, would like to discuss. Yes.
Because if the management company owns the building, they're gonna have the upper hand on if you're not
Again, the
happy.
management company would never own the building.
Well,
it would be-
legacy will.
I'm sorry.
Somebody's gonna own it.
The proposed thing right now is that a charter school, not-for-profit in Arizona would do the financing and own the building until we either purchase it or get additional financing ourselves.
Yeah, and that entity is somebody that Vortex has a very close relationship with, correct?
They are a contract person.
Are you confident, I ask another question, are you confident the first year you're gonna be K-8 with how many students?
760.
What make me feel comfortable that that is a doable number. That's a large number, and I appreciate your aggressiveness. Make me comfortable that you can reach that.
Well, you're getting into my closing comments right now, but that's fine for me. The southwestern quadrant of Forsyth County is in dire need of some better charter school options. They don't have any charter school options that are convenient for the residents in the southwestern quadrant.
Cornersville area?
No, that's the Clemens. That's the Clemens area. And having 900 interested a year and a half before we plan to open, I'm sure we're going to be able to grow that number in the next year and a half by continuing to market the school. So I'm very confident in that 760 number. I live there, by the way. I live in that quadrant.
I remember we had an application years ago and that wanted to go in that area, and they were talking about that being such more of an adult community, not that many student age families there. So I'm assuming that's not correct now.
That has definitely changed. There are probably close to 1,000 apartment units that have opened in the last 5 years in the Clemens area. And all of the elementary schools in the Clemens area are overcrowded. All of them have mobile units.
There's a lot of people younger than you and I.
Absolutely.
My name is Dr. Jennifer Turney. For the record, I am the superintendent for our North Carolina schools and a former legacy principal and a founding principal of one of our campuses that we opened. And I'm very confident with our plan. We have a robust marketing plan. We also have so many boots on the ground activities where we're engaging in the community and really reaching out and speaking with families and doing a lot of that work.
When we met with you in November, I had some brief notes about the facility being 90,000 square feet, talking to Mr. Crutchfield. Probably at a cost somewhere around 225 a square foot. So I think the number you threw out there was a $20 million number. And you said there were 3 potential sites. So has that been narrowed? You seem to talk now like as soon as we get the approval, we're going to be talking to someone. So maybe it's one of those sites.
We have an option to purchase a specific site.
Okay.
Yes.
And you already said in the Clemens area?
Yes.
Okay. Another question I had about, as I reviewed, and this was not in your 7 follow-ups, so I apologize, but it's probably something easily addressed. In your contract, you refer to your CE programs. I don't remember a conversation about that in our first interview, but your responses actually drew my attention to it when you said that the CE programs are integral to our network, such as the Legacy Kids Care, and that it will be utilized pending approval. In the contract, however, it said the school may decide to operate certain optional family care programs, and if the school decides. So I've felt a little confused if the school makes those decisions or if it's integral to the network and it's a known thing that you will be implementing CE programs. And it does sound like that Vertex decides, manages the whole process, manages the program, manages the cost, the invoicing, everything for summer programs, preschool, extended day, all of the things that you might end up implementing. Could you address that, the whole CE concept?
You can got it. So we do offer our Legacy Kids Care program, but that's a completely optional program. And that is something that the board can use or not use based on their decision.
Sure.
Okay,
And I will just add to that, having served the local school district there for 36 years, almost all the elementary schools in the traditional public school district contract with the West Forsyth YMCA for their before and after school care. And that will also be an option that the board can look at.
good.
Your transportation is going to be contracted, third party, correct?
That is correct.
Does that third party have any relationship with Vortex?
At this, David Singletary, for the record, at this time, no. At this time, no. But our goal is to follow a pattern that ensures that transportation does not prevent a student from taking part in a legacy traditional school.
And I assume you're going to do cluster stops? Where you're going to go to, you're not going to do door to door, you're going to do.
No, we will not do door to door, no, sir.
And where will those spots be?
That is still to be determined.
By?
Well, it'll be determined by the board itself. We'll be taking a look at the students. We'll take a look at the areas that they come from, and then of course we'll make determinations along with whomever we contract with for that transportation to make those stops available and publicize it to the families.
To truly achieve where it is not a barrier for your students to come, I think you should know where those stops are going to be versus you're going to wait until your population comes and see where everybody wants to be. Because if you go into an area that absolutely needs transportation and they don't know that you're going to provide it, that's just suggesting that you
Well, and speaking to that, forgive me for interrupting you. As someone who drove school bus for many years as a young student, I absolutely agree with you. And everything, of course, that we're doing as far as transportation, of course, is contingent upon the approval of this board. Once that approval has been given to us, then of course we will have some conversation. Vertex has a history of dealing with third-party transportation groups. So we will have a conversation with them about how that has worked for them in the past. And we'll take a look at independent groups here in North Carolina and Forsyth County that could be able to provide that. And we will certainly making those pickup locations a priority for establishing well before our August start date.
Board members, we have 5 minutes left for questioning. Do you have other questions for Legacy? Online, if you have questions. For the record, I'll note that they gave us a thorough response about the curriculum and instruction question that we had. I very thoroughly described their plans in that regard. They answered the relationship between Legacy Traditional Schools and Vertex and the board, clarified those roles. They confirmed that no LTSNC board member would be hired by the school. Correct?
Correct.
They confirmed that no employee or representative of Vertex would serve on LTS's governing board. They do not have plans to bring an online component at this time.
That is correct.
Okay. And they've provided information about the facility and actually have now a single parcel in their sites they'd like to see if they can move forward on. And it would be in the Clemens area, I guess the 27012 zip code.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you defined those other funds that were in the budget, well defined. And I will note that your budget does show the way it is currently completed, that you have a significant surplus, which is that facility funding that's not yet allocated because you don't yet have that monthly figure, but there's certainly funds there. So any other questions or anything you'd like to hear them follow up with on that?
And I will just add, the area that we're looking at can also feed students from Davie County because it would be extremely close. So we'll definitely look at a cluster stop within that county as well.
I believe you included that. You did have Davy in the budget as well.
Yes.
A few students.
Yes.
61 each year, then it grows from there. So we did anticipate that.
Well, then I'll turn it over to my partner in crime to close us out.
Sounds
And thank
good.
you all yet again for having us here.
And I will just give you briefly some bullet points about to leave you with. And to me, the number one is the fact that was brought out in November about the Credo study calling legacy traditional schools gap busters. I mentioned that I served my hometown school district for 36 years on their leadership team. And although I was not on the instructional side, through osmosis, I did learn some things about closing achievement gaps. And so I do have some knowledge about some of the programs, some of the strategies that have been research-based and in terms of helpful in narrowing achievement gaps. And I was very impressed with the legacy model in those respects. And I speak for the whole board. I know that we are very confident that the legacy model, in conjunction with contracting with Vertex Education, which I think it's obvious that they have had a lot to do with the success of the legacy traditional schools, that even me as a bean counter, I'm very, very confident that we are choosing the right model. Then we've already talked about the need for a new charter school in the southwestern quadrant of Forsyth County, the fact that we have our site selected. So I'll just say one more thing, and that is we as a board are extremely excited to bring Legacy Traditional Schools North Carolina into fruition, assuming that you give us the charter to do so. We have a very diverse backgrounds. We have very diverse skill sets. I'm very pleased that we can announce that we will save that last board seat for a parent of a student to bring that background onto the board as well. And we're just so excited to open this new charter school, assuming that you give us the approval. Thank you.
Mr. Crutchfield. Thank you. Okay, board members, we have time to deliberate about what we've heard, your notes, observations.
I think this is a very strong board, and don't know that much about Vortex or Legacy, but I'm trusting that you have and you vetted it. That's something that we hear a lot at this table, that is it our role to look at the contract you're going to sign with them? I don't feel like it is, so I got to trust that this board will do that. I think I'm impressed with the Vortex people that I've had an opportunity to listen to, so I will certainly support this application.
Yes, I think they've got a strong board. They've got a strong partner. The history of gap busting is, in my mind, quite impressive. And important data. I really like when we have groups coming to North Carolina because they've got proven models elsewhere. In my mind, that makes it somewhat easier. Obviously, they're an unknown here, but knowing that they've been successful elsewhere is very comforting. I do have a question. Do we still have a quorum?
Yes, we currently have 3 people online, so hopefully they will be able to unmute and vote very shortly.
So yes, I would be supportive of a charter here for this organization.
Well, one of you like to make a motion? I concur with your observations, and I think we're ready to move a vote forward.
I'll make a motion that we move this application to ready and open process.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion?
This is Mr. Friend. I just want to thank the board for taking the time. I know this was stated by my colleagues to provide what I think are pretty thorough answers to the questions we had for this second round. So not to belabor the vote and the long day we've had already, I'm going to support this application. I just want one point of clarification, Dave. I understand what you're saying about the contracts and review thereof, but actually, if I do recall correctly, and I can't tell if Mr. Walker's in the room or not, but I actually think Mr. Walker did review the agreement and not through the lens of, you know, judging whether they should or shouldn't enter the agreement, but as far as it passing legal muster, I think I seem to recall that he did do that.
I did. Not from a policy perspective, but from just a purely legal one, as far as anything that might be in conflict with North Carolina law. But that board needs to have their own attorney look at it, because I don't represent you. So.
Right, and I reviewed it as well. I'm not an attorney, but I did want to understand what commitments you were making to an EMO or to a management company, so that I would know then what questions I had for you. So I had a lot of confidence in that, and it is easier to vote on a replication that has such a strong performance in other states. We really look forward to seeing what can come from this. And Mr. Crutchfield, I know that you will scrutinize every document and all the numbers, and we've gotten that message. And Ms. Broadway, are you our chair?
I am not the chair. We have not voted on a chair.
That's what I thought.
Oh.
It's never been designated, but you sort of
It has not
perform
been
like the chair. So thank you. Thank your board members, everyone for your contribution, Mr. Singletary and others. We thank you. And I think we're ready for a vote, Mrs. Vaccaro.
All right, this is a vote to move Legacy Traditional Schools forward to ready to open. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
All right, it passes 5-1.
Okay, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Get to work.
Yes, ma'am.
Ashley, do you have a director's report?
No, other than I will update you, we may be changing the February meeting to one day, now that we've gotten the vast majority of the renewals done, and that was your last application. So, yes, once we get a draft agenda together, we'll let you know as soon as possible if we can make that a one-day meeting for February. And that's it.
Okay. Hey, before we adjourn, I do have one announcement. I'm going to be resigning from the Charter School Review Board, and as this will be my last meeting.
Could we have your attention, please, or if you're exiting the room, I know you're celebratory. If you could do that quietly as we hear this announcement. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. I will be resigning at the end of this meeting from the Charter School Review Board due to an opportunity that I have and the amount of time it's going to take. I just don't have the time to vote for this. But I can tell you that in the 2.5 years that I've been on this board, I have even more respect for the people on the board, our diverse views, how we do share these views and do it in a very professional way. So this is one of the more enjoyable things that I've done in my life, and I'm going to miss being on the board and miss each one individually. And actually, I just can't thank you enough for the great job that you do and your team. It makes these meetings just so much more manageable and doable and enjoyable. So thank you.
And Dave, just on behalf of the entire board, just thank you for your service to this board and your commitment to quality charter schools across North Carolina. And, you know, I don't think we can say enough about your contributions to this board and the overall quality of school choice across North Carolina. So thank you for your service. And
Thank you.
Thank you too for filling in. Well, I was not able to be there in person today. I appreciate that. And Rita, thank you for facilitating that application.
Absolutely. Thank you, Bruce. You know, we're praying for you and your community. So thank you. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.